Kilo.
Hello, Chris, N1SVG.
Hey, how's it going there?
Okay, yep, just finished up with supper, did the dishes, and came down to reading and a little listening over.
Hey, real good. Yeah, I just got off the net with Roger. He had his 6:30 net, and since the time's changed, I'm able to check into it now, which I really couldn't check into it before because of the time difference. It just seems to go long. Just can't do it. So now summertime's coming around. I'll be able to check into it more often.
Yeah, understood. I was thinking about old Roger the other day. How's he doing?
Who?
What's that?
I'm sorry, say again?
I was thinking about Roger the other day. How's he doing?
He's chugging along. He had a bunch of guys in there. He had Stu in there, a guy named Paul. I don't know the calls. David, and there was someone else. I can't remember. But and then Roger was in there. I jumped in there and said hello to everybody. Yeah, he's doing good. He's Brian doing good, hanging in there, and he just ran off to go to dinner. So he still does his 6:30 to 7 routine, or 6:30 to quarter of, or 20 of, depending how many people are out there. So like I said, I couldn't hear him before. It was literally 1 hour difference. It made a huge difference of whether I could hear him or not. It's amazing. So now the summertime's coming, I'll have a better chance of.
Yeah, I haven't been listening for him. But I was thinking about it the other day. I should tune him in and say hi if I got time. Unfortunately, my supper hour starts around 5 o'clock, 5:30. I get going on everything, and then I start cooking it. We eat by 6 anyway, and by the time we get all done, we're not in any rush here. There's no time limit, you know. But it's right during the supper hour, his net. But he always has a very lively net. He always gets a lot of check-ins. He used to have some guys from down in Florida. Were they on over?
Yes, they were. I think it was, I can't remember his name. Maybe it was Stu. I don't know. One of the guys is in Florida right now, and he had a new 7300 he bought to take down there. So he was on that. It was very light. It was doable, but it was very light to me. It might have been better to Stu. And, it might have been better to Roger, but he was very light. So, but I could hear him. I could hear pretty much everybody. There's one guy that was relatively light, but I could hear everybody.
Okay, and that, yeah, I used to hear him light. I never heard him that strong, but they used to be in there. We used to be able to say hello to them. Were you able to say hello?
Yeah, I could say hello to everybody. It was a good contact.
That's good. So everything's going good. The dogs are good. Your hands are doing better. You're back welding and everything. That's good. So that was a good, successful operation.
No, I'm sorry. You asked me about my hands. I guess I didn't hear what you said.
It was a successful operation, your hands, right?
Yes. Well, how should I put it? I won't know for quite a while. It's done. They're safety owned. They are what they are, and there's nothing else anybody can do for them. It's still my right hand's still numb. My left hand and 2 fingers are still having issues. But it's a very slow thing, and it may take a long time. And there's no guarantee that it'll come back. They can only hope that it gets better. They did everything they could do, and the nerves could be at some point where they're not irreversible.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. Well, hope for the best on that. At least you can, Oh, that's good. Well, anyway, yeah, that's all I've been doing. I was out working in the flower beds in the south side of the house today, but everything's still froze solid out there. I brought up a bale of mulch, and it was frozen solid like a big, like a big iceberg. But We got started anyway, got some cleanup going, and still got a foot of snow in some places on the ground. You know, you get in the shady areas where the sun isn't warming the snow up, you know, it's still pretty deep, but it's melting. Tomorrow's supposed to be warm. I guess it's going to be warm all weekend, and you know, a little warmer anyway, above freezing, they're saying, so we'll hope for the best. And then next week's the spring solstice, or whatever they call it, so that's a good sign. N1SAG.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. In fact, our weather today was above 70 today. I was outside doing a few things and had the grandkids over, and they were outside playing, had a blast. And we just got to play with the radios a little bit, reworking stuff, and I have to have a relay that I use to click to use to relay different things to for functions here. I'm sure when I first key up, you can probably hear the relay, but I have bought some things that I can take this radio off of that relay and have my other radio still on it, because it was mainly for my VHF stuff. But right now it's still on it, so I'm just curious. Can you hear the relay click in when I first key up?
No, I can't.
Okay, I didn't know if you could or not. But it is there, but I know it's so I'm going to work on that to try to eliminate that. It's just like a little push down to wattage go up. So I know it's transmitting it, but I just don't know how much is getting out.
Oh, I hear that little snap when you first key down. Yeah, that's the relay, like the echo from the relay.
Yeah, that's my relay box, and it snaps down because the amplifier keys up prior. I have the foot switch for the amplifier keys up prior to the radio keying up, so you'll hot switch it, and then it finally clicks in, and I guess there's enough of a lag in there that it actually goes over the microphone. I hope it's not too loud.
No, it doesn't bother me at all. Ray's got that same relay noise when he keys up for whatever reason, but yeah, I have a foot switch here with it's a progressive switching, so that the sequencing is in, you know, one switch clicks the amp on the way down, and then the next switch keys up the radio on transmit. And then the radio has a little speech delay in it, the 7300s as well, and I cranked that all the way up to maximum too, so that hopefully everything's you know, safer to switch up with power, you know. But yeah, you'll find that in the manual somewhere. Somebody told me about it. I think Randy might have. I don't know. And I put that on as well. But I've got that Heil foot switch, the 2-switch foot switch, you know, progressive switching, which, you know, for your prevent your hotkey. N1SAG.
That's interesting. I didn't know they had anything like that. So you say there's a switch key delay for the audio?
Yeah, that's in the 7300 somewhere. I don't know. I found it. I got into the manual, and I don't like fooling with the radio. You know, once I turn it on, I don't like to touch it. But it's in your manual. I think they call it speech delay. You might be able to, you know, find it under that. I'm not sure how I think it was speech delay, yeah. And, yeah, you can, and then, do you have it, well, I don't know, you have the relays going anyway, so, but that's good, yeah, you can do that as well.
Doing two-way YA? Yeah, the speech delay would be perfect. I could take it and put it to about 400 milliseconds if it'll go that much, depending on how much you can do it. And then it wouldn't have any audio prior to the snap. Just turn enough delay on it so it misses it.
Well, yeah, it may or may not, because it's pretty quick, you know. Go ahead, other station. I think that's Bob down there. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I've been trying to fool around with this microphone. I think the microphone is shot. And I would appreciate any kind of report, any kind of reception report that you can. K2AYA, thanks.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a little rough, over.
Okay, thanks a lot. That's what I thought.
But otherwise, your signal's good from down there. The rain gutters are working out okay, Bob, N1SAG.
As long as they're dry. Thanks a lot. I'm going to bail out.
73. Bob says, you hear him, don't you, Chris?
I heard him, but it was extremely light.
He says his rain gutters work pretty good until unless they get wet if there's water in them. That's interesting. Well, I heard him the first time, a year or two ago, and when he said he was talking on rain gutters, I thought he was kidding. And I guess he's in a restricted, area where they have limits on at wires and antennas and such. So he makes it work though, where they work good.
It's funny. They have all kinds of gutters out there, and they had a company called Gutter Helmet. I didn't get with them. I went with the really nice ones that have the perforated holes that cover them up, but they're real small. The big stuff cannot go in there with the water. And it works fine. It does exactly what it's supposed to, and it works great. The rain gutter system, Gutter Helmet or whatever they call it, it's like 3 times more.
Yeah, well, he uses them not only to catch the rain, he uses them for his transmit and receive antenna.
If it works, go for it. AA3 SDK.
Yeah, he tunes them up and gets on the air just fine. It's amazing. But, I didn't do any radio today. I came down here to do some work down here and just clicked it on 20 meters and listened on the 14300 net. See how the conditions were, and the conditions weren't that hot on 20 at that moment. And I didn't spend any more time. I went outside. I had to go to the gas station and some little errands to do today. It was a beautiful day for it up here. We didn't have 70. We just hit 50. I looked twice. It was right at 50 degrees here, but it was sure welcome. Over.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was a beautiful day to be outside. I was on 20 meters today at 2108. Let me see. I talked to a HI3SD and then a EA7GX PAAL. A couple of them I couldn't get because I didn't have my amplifier on, so I missed them. But I did have to turn my amplifier on. I tried 100 watts. It just wasn't enough. So I cranked it up about 600 watts, and I was able to make the contact.
Roger on that. We have 20's not. If 20's not running right, you need all the juice you can get. But when the band is good, the 100 watts is fine. It seems like 20 works real well. But a lot of guys, I hear a lot of European stations, they're running directional antennas on 20 with 1500 watts, and they come in here pretty good. What's his name there? I don't know. He's in Ukraine or someplace. He's always down there in the morning. Yeah, I was on in the morning. I wasn't on that late. I don't know what time I was, but it was early. But that guy. I caught an Italy station once on 20, just tuning around, and big signals too. When the band is open. But and a few others. Germany. Who else was? Some Scandinavian countries too. Forgot which one. Norway maybe. I don't know. But 20's a pretty good band. N1SAG.
KA3VK. Let me ask you, because I really don't know, what's a good time to get on 20 to try and get your...
I think in the morning, early in the morning, or not that early, but earlier, you know, like between, I don't know, you can try it early, you know, around dawn even. I never tried 20 that early, but when I was hitting them, it was usually around mid-morning, you know, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. And then conditions would switch over to, you know, domestic DX, like some South America, sometimes the Midwest, you know, Wisconsin and areas like that. California, when the band is good. Texas. What we talked? One day we talked. Maybe not. Maybe I can't remember. Maybe down in the islands, down in the Caribbean, I hooked up with a station down there one time in the morning. And yeah, you got it. It's a funky band, you know. It's up and down over.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'll have to try getting out there right about dawn and see what's out there. I need to get up a little early in the morning. I get up late. Me and my wife get up late. 9 or 10 o'clock when we get up. So I might nip around 6:30 or 7 and give it a shot and see what's out there and see if there's any stations coming in. It's something I need to get out there and do that and see how 20 is going to go. I think my antennas will work. Maybe not so much. I got the dipole and I have the vertical, so maybe between them both I'll be able to squeak out some signals there to Europe. Back to you.
Yeah. There's plenty going on there. If you're going to get up that early, you ought to tune up this frequency here. You might catch Randy. I don't know if he's got his mobile back on the road again. You know, with the big antenna. I mean, they've been having all kinds of problems with antennas and the salt and the snow and ice eating them up there in the north, in the North Country. But yeah, if he's on, I don't know. Later I'll ask him if I remember. See what he's doing in the morning. You know, you said you were talking to him on the air from his mobile, so he must have the antenna working. Over.
The menu. I saw while you're talking, I saw the TX delay. You were talking about the TX delay, am I correct?
Roger. Yeah, Mark. Go ahead, Mark. I'm with Chris.
Oh, you guys just keep on going. I'm just checking in.
Yeah, it's either I don't know, TX. Yeah, I didn't see. I don't remember it's reading TX delay, but if that's what you got, maybe I got the wrong thing over.
Well, you said a speech delay. I thought maybe there was an actual audio delay on the radio that actually muted the audio for a certain amount of milliseconds versus the TX delay that it delays the key up for the amplifier.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a TX. Maybe I got the wrong delay. Maybe you're supposed to do both. I don't know. I'll have to look back in the book. So you found TX delay?
Yeah, I got the TX delay on 30, I think it's 30 milliseconds. It's not very much, but I have it in there. Not that I need it because I'm using a foot switch. But yeah, I thought maybe there's another one for the audio, but I don't never remember anybody ever mentioning any audio delay. I've never seen one on any radios that I have or ever used, and I did look. I haven't noticed it, but anyway, yeah, it's one of those things. I have a way. I ordered a couple things to implement a way to get rid of it that will make it not there anymore, but I don't have the parts. I don't know if it's that big of a deal anyway. No one's ever complained about it.
Why would someone need to transmit delay by 30 milliseconds?
All right, when I key up, Now listen when I key up. Stand by. I'm going to unkey and key up, and you'll see. You hear that?
Well, not really, because I've got all kind of lightning in my receive. But I mean, what would you need the feature for? What would it be for?
You have the TS delay for the amplifier, so you don't hot switch, which I don't have to worry about that anyway because I'm using a foot switch. But an audio delay would be nice because I do have relays station that have multiple functions. I used a relay pack that I built to switch antennas and switch different things, and also key up my UHF-MPH amplifier. It also keys up, it shunts out my HDR plays so that it disconnects, so it doesn't get into it. It grounds it out, and it has about 5 relays that do different functions here. And that relay pack, I use DC relays. I probably better use small relays, but that's besides the point. I know they make quieter relays, but it works really well. But when you first key up, I can tell there's a definite click that I see on the amplifier picking up the noise. And when I put my headphones on, I saw, oh yeah, it's there. How loud it is or how annoying it is, I don't know. It's been like that way for a long time, and no one's complaining.
Okay, I understand now. So you wouldn't want to slam power right into your amp when it's just first keyed up like that. Yeah, I wonder if I have that on the Kenwood here.
I don't know, but I have a way to fix the problem with this radio. I already ordered 2 parts, and I could separate the relay pack from this radio very easily because I really need it more for my sideband on UHF and VHF and, on that. I don't really necessarily have to have this radio. I just happen to have it connected up that way because I used to run the FT991A, which was in the place of this radio, but we don't work the same way anymore because the amplifiers are not with this radio anymore. So I'm going to separate them so that you won't hear that initial click. I don't know if you can hear it or not. Some people can hear it, but I don't know.
I can't hear it right now because I don't have a quiet noise floor, so I cannot hear it, but that doesn't mean it's not necessarily there.
Yeah, okay. I think, Dave, you said you can hear, right?
Yeah, it's a snap when he first keys down. I hear it sounds like it's the echo of the relay, though.
It very well could be, but I can see it. I'm looking right at it. I can see it jump up.
Well, I'm looking here in my menu for that, and I am not seeing that feature.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, my radio is probably not expensive enough for that.
Well, no big deal here. I'm going to probably separate it from this radio. Make it a little bit more user-friendly.
But then again, I'm not running 10,000 watts when I transmit either, so I guess I'll do it.
Well, I don't run 10,000 watts when I transmit.
Don't you know?
Maybe 10,000 milliwatts.
You'd be pulling the entire power from a 200 amp service to make that kind of power.
10,000 milliwatts?
No, 10,000 watts.
That's why I said milliwatts.
Yeah, you'd really be making the transformer on your full thing.
You'd probably shut my lights off in the house.
Oh, it definitely would make them dim. And your neighbors, because usually you're not the only one on your transformer.
Yeah, and I don't think my coax
I think LMR 400 is good to 6,000. Yeah, you'd have to go up to LMR 600.
I I don't know how much they'll take. So we had 3 points in one ADT on everything. And you figure if I don't go over and send out this EDT, I'll never have to again. That's way underneath the limit that they set out. So I shouldn't burn anything up.
No. Most of the stuff in the ham, community that's available for purchase and/or use is all within tolerable limits, unless, of course, you get MFJ junk that's labeled at 300 or 500 watts. But most of the stuff we use, even the Toad Harbor feedlot, all of that is well capable of carrying that kind of power. But, when you get up around 10K, then, you really got to start getting real serious with everything.
I think the FCC gets serious if they caught me too.
Well, they got to prove it first.
I have no reason to listen to power. Usually 100 watts I can usually do very well everywhere. Today I actually, 20 meters is really good. And it was doable, but it was extremely low. I had to turn on the amp today to make 2 contacts, but I actually made 2 contacts, but the other 2 I had to kick on the old amplifier, and then I could make it.
Oh, I could believe it. 60 meters was broke this morning, too.
Actually, 60 meters has been very good. I'm talking about 20 meters, but 60 meters been very good. Made a few contacts on that. I was on the net at 6:30 today on Channel 2. Chit-chatting away. That was a lot of fun. Talked to some people I haven't talked to. And it's funny because that 1 hour difference springing forward made the difference in being able to hear those guys versus not being able to hear them because the band changes and it goes long.
Yeah, what time of the day?
6:30.
In the morning?
Nope, no, 6:30 this evening. I can't talk to Pennsylvania very well when we had the time change was the other way. But once we went spring forward, I was able to make the contact. But then after, probably now right about now, it's starting to go long. It's probably going.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite problem in the morning because the band's long and then it goes short. So I was only able to hear Ken this morning. But even when it was supposed to be short, I wasn't hardly hearing anybody. So I knew something was going to be up with the band today, but I wasn't home all day. I was out on a job out at the Phoenix Hospital. So I had kind of a feeling this morning when 60 wasn't acting right that things were going to be screwed up.
KST3, KXP. How you doing, Tom?
Good evening. Gorgeous day here today. It's 68 degrees.
We got up to 72.
Ooh, yeah.
It's 68 now.
73 here.
Summer's coming. I'm loving it.
Well, 2 little birdies decided to make a nest right beside the main air conditioner unit at the top of the steps outside. And I was going to go out there yesterday or today and clean it out of there and get it out of there, but then I heard the little peep, peep, peep.
Yeah, I've had that happen. We got a couple places where they sneak up and put the nest in very bad places. And once the nest is in there and there's birds in it, I leave it alone. But then once they're gone, I take it all out.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that peep, peep, peep will get old enough that maybe it'll be on down the road before I have to kick the AC unit on.
Yeah, hopefully.
I mean, I don't like being mean to nature when you don't have to.
Yeah, we had one time, one of them I had no choice. It built a nest in my dryer vent, and it was really in there, and I didn't know it, but if they finally got out of there, I had to go in there, and it was a mess. I had to put rods in there to push it all out and clean all the stuff out of it. It was an absolute mess. And then after that, I put the screen over the little flap.
How did you know that it was there? Did the dryer not work right?
No, I think I actually saw a bird go in here.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, and so after that, I cleaned it off. Went straight over the part where the fence slopes out, and it still allows you to close. After that, no more problems, but, that can cause a fire.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
KC3, KXP.
You can go right ahead.
How you doing, Mark? Chris? Evening. You sound too chipper today, or tonight.
Who, me?
Yeah. I was going to ask you, how do you feel how do you feel being used as collateral?
Collateral? Oh, yeah. And what facts are monetary, our signature, and how they emeritize it. Yes, I know.
All right, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. And the credit card companies, every time you fill out an application and send it back to them, what they do with it.
Yeah, that's with your Social Security number. The government is using that for what you're going to earn. They're using that for collateral, so they could go $22 billion in debt.
Or more, or however much they want to.
Oh, yeah, and if you drop your Social Security number, they make sure that you have absolutely nothing, that you're a non-person.
Oh, those little details I probably don't know. I could find that out. Oh, there was something else that you just triggered my memory on. Oh, my God. Hold on, it was just there. Yep. It slipped away. I try not to think about all that too much. It just depresses you.
Yeah, I know. And the groups I were in, I dropped out of them. Only because I couldn't take it.
Well, that and you were probably being watched and listened to.
That's right. I could give them an earful.
You know they have lists of people that they watch and listen to for more than one reason.
Yeah, and the stuff that you're putting in your house, like Alexa and that Google, that listens all the time.
I know. Well, he's all worried about the aliens coming to get him, but he's going to worry more about the people, supposedly, that's his government. But wait a minute. Weren't we supposed to be the government?
Supposed to be. I don't recall ever giving up that power.
We didn't. It was taken away by our acquiescence.
Yeah. The other day, the wife and I was talking about, we got that new puppy, and the puppy is laying on our feet. And it seemed like a half hour later, it come up on her phone what it means when the dog lays at your feet.
You beat the living tar out of him and he's submissive?
No. How somebody was listening to her and I talk in the house here that, we were talking about the dog sleeping on her feet. And I don't have Alexa. I don't have any of that nonsense. So there's some way they're listening.
Your cell phone, K2DZ. How's it going, everybody?
Evening.
Yeah, it could be the cell phone.
So I'm sorry, I missed the connection here because I got really bad lightning. I'm getting blasted because the front's just in the western part of Pennsylvania right now. So the dog was laying at your feet, and what prompted? Did it just come over your computer, or?
It come over her cell phone. What it meant when the dog was laying at your feet, and we was not online. We was not on the phone, and yet talking about it. Half hour later, that comes over on her cell phone when she went on the internet.
And was her phone on her presence in the room when you were discussing this?
There was nobody in the room.
Interesting. No, was her phone?
Very well could be.
Was her phone on?
I think Google or Chrome. Google Chrome is the search engine.
Okay. There's your answer.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I'm getting 20 over lightning crashes here, so you guys keep at it, and I'm going to listen here.
Are you
Well, you
seeing
just
any
need somebody
flashes
with
in
a
the
stronger
sky?
signal.
Somebody with a stronger signal.
Yeah, Mark's antenna's down 3 dB.
Evening, Ray.
Good evening, Mark.
Yeah, that storm is coming through. I'm right on the Pennsylvania-Ohio state line.
Can you see lightning flashes out the window?
I haven't looked, but it was thundering earlier.
Well, then it's close. Okay. Well, hey, if you get hit by lightning, you can always get a Kenwood.
I figured on it because I'm insured to the teeth on this.
Ooh, hey, there you go.
Yeah, and keep this in mind. If your radio gets hit by lightning and you tell ICOM, yeah, this was a lightning strike, they'll send you a letter stating the radio is a total loss and it can't be fixed.
What you need to do is take a big copper strap to your radio right to ground and then have your biggest antenna highest in the air right to the back of the radio and disconnect everything else from it.
Hello?
Go ahead.
November 1 Whiskey, Charlie Whiskey. Thanks again, Ray. That's some nice stuff.
Yeah, I hated to sell that for $40. The woman who wanted to buy it today, which is Lisa's mother, who is like half crazy anyway, calls me up and she's just giving me a rash of crap. So I said, well, Joan, what are you trying to say? Well, I'm trying to tell you that your friend there, Joan, I met her at a thing and she said you were a cheap, I don't want to say the word, but they say you're a cheap blank.
I got you.
So she goes, you're a cheap, what do you call it? I said, Joan, I don't care what she says. She's crazy. They're both Joans, by the way. I said, Joan, she's crazy. What's the thing? And she goes, you are a cheap blank. I said, well, Joan, why would you even say something like that? I said, that doesn't even make any sense. And you know what it's over? Because I wouldn't give her the plates. Shame on you.
I come home this afternoon and she was getting them all washed up and cleaned up and she had it going on. With a smile on her face. So thanks again, Ray. I thought I heard stainless steel mark.
It is stainless steel mark. And I just got to tell you, she hung up on me, and I really wish she didn't hang up because the next thing I was going to tell her is, hey, Joan, you know what? I gave those plates to a good friend of mine.
Well, that would have sent her into orbit. Okay. I just wanted to jump. Thank you. N1WCW.
No problem. No problem. I'm glad they went to a good home. Okay, N1DBL.
So, does that make me the man of steel?
Yes, it does. You're the man of steel. Hey, wait a second. I just got a great idea, Dennis.
What's that?
Now with that beautiful set of plates, you should invite somebody over for dinner.
Yeah, I've only been trying to get him to come 6, 7, 8 miles from his house up off the hill to another peak on the hill and come over and have dinner and just come see the homestead, and I haven't been able to get him over here in almost a year.
But you're forgetting about one thing.
No. They didn't have a fancy set of plates. That was always the problem. So now they got a fancy set of plates. I can go.
No, it's the Kennedy
Yeah, she's got her mom, but I don't know if they're quite as fancy as that.
Oh, that would have been good enough. I'm not that fussy. Okay, anyway, N1, hey, you got your coax back.
Finally. But that was not why it's been sitting over there for this long. The object was to get you to come off the hill, out of your house, down off the hill.
But I outsmarted you.
And then he makes my wife drive.
Well, you know why. I had to get the Beamer.
I know. She says it's a real nice car.
Well, you should see it now. I brought it home, washed it all up. Boy, it looks really, really nice. Anyway, did you get that little connector?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, I don't know what that goes to, but that plugs in the back of the radio for something. I think that's the one that runs the accessories.
Okay. No, I got it.
Okay, then you're all set. You got everything you need. Okay, N1DVL. Go ahead, Man of Steel.
Steel Mark.
Want to take the foot for 6 or 7 miles is because of the Kennedy curve. That's exactly the reason. Never ever leave the house when you don't have to.
I like to refer to him as Mr. 2.27 dB down.
Oh, man. That's all? 2.2?
Yeah, well, I ran it on the computer, and John gave you like a 3 dB, quick on the back of an envelope calculation, but the net current predicts 2.27, minus 2.27.
Yeah, but wait 1 second. Mark, what's your feed line made out of?
It's a, I told you that already. It's 60 foot of 300 ohm balanced line down to, I think, like 20 feet of LMR 400 and then to the switch in interior.
Oh, my God. That's way over. Way over 3 dB. Way over. Okay, N1DVL.
Yeah, I think John was being generous with the 3 mark. I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, but you got to meet us halfway.
Well, do either one of you know why I did that?
Next thing you're going to have is a 49-to-1 balance.
No, you don't need that on this. But do you know why I did that?
I have no idea why.
Really? You have no idea?
No, because I think anytime you hook a piece of coax to a piece of feed line, open wire line, and especially if you have a 1-to-1 or a 4-to-1 balun out there, that's a horrible mistake. But I don't know why you did it, so explain it.
Okay, so you have a given length, any length of coaxial cable, any length. And at the end of that length, any length of coaxial cable, you take a quarter wavelength of another impedance feed line and add it to the end to a given load. What does that quarter wavelength of other impedance feed line act like?
A matching harness.
Yeah, transformer. But what's it supposed to be transforming?
Transformer at that particular frequency that it's a quarter wave at.
Well, it's a quarter wave at what frequency?
80 meters.
Okay, so you're saying it's transforming the high impedance of 80 down to a low impedance.
That is correct. So on 160 meters, it's transparent, but on 80 meters, it takes the low impedance coaxial feed and steps it way up in impedance because of the ratio, so that you can feed the high impedance feed point of the same antenna at 80 meters. And then back on 40 meters, it's an even model voice, doesn't apply anymore, but on 20 meters, it does.
Yeah, too complicated.
You know, Mark, instead of using lossy feed line schemes to do that, you could probably drop some pieces of wire down here and there and get exactly what you need without throwing too many losses into the mix.
Well, when I took the dipole, and that's how I was feeding the dipole, so I could use it for multiple bands. When I added the other wire to the dipole to make the full loop, I just never changed the feed line. So it's the same feed line I was running on the dipole.
Anyway, Mark, it's working, whatever it's doing.
Hey, Russ, have you been following this airplane thing with the Boeing?
2.27 of loss.
Yeah, the Super 8s or whatever they call those things. Yeah, I've not been seeing the new stuff on it.
Well, I've got a slight explanation of what was going on in that airplane, but I find it inconceivable that a company like Boeing could screw up and build an airplane that's that far out of balance. Did anybody give a better explanation yet?
I thought they were having a software glitch because they had a couple of incidents because those are fly-by-wire, and they had a couple incidents where they went crazy nose down for no reason on some pilots when they were transitioning in and out of autopilot.
Perhaps this might be a planted virus by some other company or entity?
Damn Democrats!
Yeah, you know what? Those planes are hooked through the World Wide Web, so you know what? It could be. That could very well be.
And maybe somebody already knows this, and they're trying to cover their butt for the oops that they didn't look into that?
Well, that may be why they grounded the airplane then.
Maybe that's also why the president and the head of Boeing were having a powwow together that was rather secretive and nobody was allowed to know.
Right. Well, having an airplane that's flown, that's connected to the internet is just bizarre.
All part of the greater scheme, the New World Order.
Yeah, that's going to work out good. Can we load that Super 8 with about the whole House and Senate and take them for a ride?
That flight, I guarantee you, would not have problems.
Well, you know who was calling to ground them, right? Da Nang Dick, Mr. Stolen Valor jerk-off here in Connecticut that doesn't deserve to be working in the dog pound, let alone in the unit. But he's in the hip pocket of the deep state and the intelligence community, so he was out there rattling it, just banging on every door saying, hey, we should ground these. So they knew something. They knew something, well into this thing, and they finally had to say something because it was going to look bad when it came out.
In fact, if you really take a look at the past several months to probably, I'd say five years or so, a lot of the stuff that's been going on that's been hitting the headlines and all this business about all this political crap, I think a lot of it is I don't want to use that term because you guys wouldn't understand that. The New World Order flexing its muscles to see exactly what's going to go on and how far they can go. I think one individual on the frequency might understand what I mean when I say the eighth king.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if they're flexing as much muscle as they think they can from a military perspective, but I'm pretty sure that they're like deep inside the boardrooms of a lot of corporations, and they are most certainly behind most of the tech giants out there that are using their phone to listen to you talking to your wife in the kitchen.
Kind of like, Ray just watched that movie called Spectre. Kind of like that, but on a global scale, on a creepier, darker, larger volume.
Well, the funny thing they were talking about tonight, Boeing opened a factory in China. Now, China is building that Super 8 airplane, and yet China is getting into the market themselves. What kind of idiots would do something like that?
And also, China is also going to be in charge of the 5G global network.
Oh, that's just unbelievable.
The writing's on the wall, fellas. It's all over the wall for anyone that has eyes to see.
You just have to be awake.
Well, I'm not hooked to any of that crap, so I don't worry about it.
Yeah, I was talking to the wife in the kitchen the other day, and the Google Assistant girl says, I didn't catch that. Could you say that again? And I was like, I'm going to smash that phone with a hammer in 5 seconds. And the wife, took it out of the room.
Good evening, Toad people. Whiskey Golf 2 Echo.
Turn your cell phone off. Is it really off, though?
Hey, by the way, that girl that actress from the Hallmark Channel that did the college thing?
Which one's that?
Well, I don't know, the one they've been showing on TV for 2 days. She's the one that bought off that college for $500,000. The Hallmark Channel fired her today.
And here's the best part. Pocahontas here from Massachusetts was on the Today Show this morning being grilled by one of the scumbag female reporters. And she says to Pocahontas, she says, well, what do you think about this school scandal? She said, this is the most awful thing. I can't believe they would ever do something like that. And I'm 100%, I'm 100% behind the government putting these people in jail. I don't feel anything at all for any of these people who did this with the colleges. She said, I don't have any, not even 1% do I think that they're doing the right thing. And guess what? She did exactly the same thing with the phony Indian scandal. And they were saying on TV, like on Fox News, and I agree with this. She said she just guaranteed there is no way she could ever run for president because she's so stupid. She doesn't even realize that she did exactly the same thing.
Ray, the person that they're going to put in for the president when that time comes has already been selected.
In the Democratic Party, you're probably correct. I wouldn't be surprised.
It's all a matter of sleight of hand, dog and pony, and trickery. Just distraction, that's all it is.
Well, that's okay. The world-famous Toad Harbor net's going to help get Trump elected. The candidates, the entire group of people that is running from the Democratic side are the most sorry, they're most of the most sorry SOBs I have ever seen. And compare them, there's like 13 of them now. Compare them to the 17 Republicans that ran, and I don't care who you are, and I don't care what you think. The Republican challenge, the 17 that were running against Trump, or Trump was one of the 17, I guess, are a far, far, far greater group of people. Really 10 times, 100 times better. Now, fully understand. I mean, I understand they're all crooked and no good. We all know that. But the point is, the Republican people running for president were far, far more qualified.
But they're not involved with the New World Order, Ray.
No. Well, that's why we have to get Trump elected again.
It's like a kite in a hurricane.
I like that.
The darkness will arrive.
Hey, happy Pie Day, everybody.
Oh, yeah, it is Pie Day. Make sure you have a slice.
Yesterday. Hey, Carl.
Yeah, and it's also Albert Einstein's birthday.
And Stephen Hawking's death day.
Of a slice of pie. And I want you to work that out.
It was Einstein's birthday and Stephen Hawking's death day.
Yeah, there's a good special there about Einstein and Hawking on tonight.
I've been watching it all day. It's been on all day.
2 nights ago.
The next one at 8 o'clock. Do aliens exist?
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go again.
I can't understand truly and honestly for the life of me why they didn't come to see me, because I can tell them they exist.
I'm starting to think that maybe you are an alien, Ray.
Watch out! Watch out! You never know. I might come down there and weld your antenna. Do you want the copper feed line welded at the joint there, done properly? I'll weld it from my rocket ship or my spacecraft.
If your spacecraft has the maneuvering capabilities, I think it does. You can come on down here. I'll buy some more of that stainless steel wire, and we'll rig up a cage loop with 5 strands of that all the way around.
So you're going to you're going to sit on the edge of the craft as we just slowly go around the circle, and you can add the wires?
No, Ray. No, it's way better than that. You're going to levitate me with your beam, and I'm just going to be out there in the middle of the air in a comfortable position with your levitation beam from your craft. And I'm going to work on it just like that when your spotlight is exactly where it should be so that I can work with it in the dark.
No, he'd shut it off on you.
Where can I know exactly where I'm going to attach my probe.
We'll hover over it and he'll anodize it with silver, and then he's got a special substance he's going to spray all over the ground around your house to increase the soil conductivity.
That's what I'm talking about. Bring on
but
the aliens.
You don't mind the green glow late at night, do you?
No, but I do live close to 3 Mile Island.
Oh, great. Did you get the warm rush of air when it melted down?
You know what? You know what you're planning to do with that?
I don't know, but what's it going to be radioactive for 36,000 years?
No, reactor number 1 has already been dealt with. Reactor number 2, they're going to take it offline.
Well, of course they are. They're going to take them all offline eventually. They're too damn dangerous.
Well, number 2's been done over 2 or 3 times since then. It's got a flawless track record.
Just like the first one?
Yeah, until it doesn't.
Well, I mean, hey, we survived the first meltdown. We've got experience.
I'm going to bed. WCW. Have a good night, guys. I'll listen.
Good night. I'll see you later.
Have a good night, Dennis.
See you, Dennis.
AC1RS.
Yeah, I was terrified, Dennis. I was terrified with a female driver, I'm telling you.
They want to take TMI offline and raise everybody's electric bill because of it by 3 cents. I think that's what it works out to.
Well, we got a couple of nuclear plants over here, and they don't seem to be hurting anything.
I mean,
hey, they're fabulous when they work right.
They make a lot of energy with very little fuel. I mean, and they don't make any pollutants. So for the green people, I think that would be the way to go.
What about the wasted stuff, the depletion of the old fuel?
Well, you can turn that into weapons grade, and you can also take your really hot stuff and take it out to that place out there in the desert and throw it down underground so it can sit there for the next 20,000 years.
You mean the one that they're not allowed to use because they can't decide whether or not it's safe?
Yes, that one. Or they'll just put it in, Area 52.
Isn't that Yucca Mountain or something?
No, that's the one we know about. They've got probably a bunch of other things that we don't know about.
I think they should just put it into a rocket and send it to the sun.
Wow, you think that would help propagation?
Yeah, they need a few more spots.
And what happens when the rocket has a misfire?
Well, let's hope it crashes in North Korea.
Haven't they had enough of their own misfires?
Yeah, I always been wondering if we've been zapping them secretly with our beams.
Or has the aliens been keeping them under thumb?
I doubt the aliens would get involved. They're kind of passive from what everybody says.
Yeah, but maybe they don't like him, you know who.
They want us to destroy ourselves.
Oh, that's not the general consensus.
Well, what's the fun in that?
They won't have to help us destroy ourselves.
I mean, how could you use the entire population of what's left of the human race as slave labor if you get rid of everybody? They'd have to do all the work. You guys aren't watching enough sci-fi alien flicks. That's the problem.
I think the movies that just show them rolling in and pushing us out of the way so they can take our water or whatever other goodies we have in abundance probably have more credence. They really don't care about us any more than you care about, driving your car over an ant mound in your yard or your tractor or whatever. They could give a crap about us. We don't really pose that much of a threat. They're not all that interested in us. They probably don't even taste that good. So, we would get away. We could, launch a few missiles at them. Oh, no, not this again.
So, Mark, what's the IQ of an alien?
Well, first of all, you got to kind of have to... Well, so many things come to mind that I can't put on the air. Way above the smartest person on Earth. Let's just say that.
So 12 to 1,300?
Oh, way more than that. You have to realize that they've been around since the beginning, Larry, so they've got a long, long time to see what's been going on and know how it all works.
They must be the guys who built the Kenwood.
And most people don't realize that they're not physical beings, they're interdimensional beings. So time for them really only has meaning when they take physical form in our universe.
Yeah, but there could be problems with that, Mark. Like if they are, if the alignment's off, they could be made out of antimatter. And it wouldn't be a happy result if they antimatter. It wouldn't be very quick before they just like flash. Give off a lot of heat.
Yeah, I think they got that figured out. The only issue with it is that they're only allowed to go so far and to do so much. Someone else has put the brakes on them.
You mean they have a world order too?
Yes, they do. Yes, thank goodness they do. And it's not all of them. It's only a third of them.
Hey, Ray, guess who I spoke to today?
Paul.
No, I spoke with Matt at the ICOM repair place.
Did he say that radio's fixable, or did he say you should just buy a Kenwood?
No, he said that he could fix the preamp. He said to hear him tell it, it's a solder joint that got missed. So that's what he said about that. And he said get it in as soon as you can because he had a limited amount of new screens.
Yeah, well, I can just tell you this, okay? I don't believe a word any of those people tell you. Now, Matt seems like he's a pretty good guy, and maybe he's telling the truth, but I can tell from years and years and years of talking to most companies on the telephone, all they do is lie through their teeth. The only one that didn't lie was Drake and Collins. The other ones just tell you any BS story they think you'll believe.
Hey, apparently he's the guy that does the repair, or he's the head of it or whatever, but I looked at the address on Google Maps, and it's just a house in a development somewhere. It's not like some big factory someplace, so he just must be like, that must be like his business.
I believe it is.
Heads up to anybody in Pittsburgh and western Pennsylvania, there's tornado watch boxes popping up everywhere now.
Where is it?
Ohio and western Pennsylvania, along that line, there's 2 or 3 tornado boxes that just come up. There's been severe thunderstorm boxes, but now we got 2 tornado boxes coming up.
Oh, yeah, there's a big thing on the lightning map right across the middle of Ohio up the Pennsylvania, New York corner there.
Yeah, that's going to be going right up through western New York here as next hour or two, so... in those parts of the world, you might want to just pay attention.
Tom, are you in here?
Disconnect your radio.
Well, he was here, and now he's not, so maybe he got off.
He probably got disconnected because of the lightning. He said it was right on him.
And 3R marks. I don't think we have done it.
WG2E.
KC1RS. Mark, what's going on down around Wheeling?
N1DVL.
Oh, West Virginia? There seems to be, well, it's not in West Virginia yet. You're still west of West Virginia, so you got another 2-3 hours. And most of the violent stuff for the heating of the day is probably only going to be working here for another 2 or 3 hours anyway, and then it's going to calm down. Your stuff's going to be, is going up through Tennessee right now and coming up from there, but there's nothing quite as violent heading that way later.
Yeah, I got a couple of brothers that live over in that neck of the woods. One's about 40 miles west of Wheeling, and the other's about 10 miles south.
Yeah, tomorrow things might get interesting again, but over the evening hours, it's lost its energy.
Okay, anyway, so where's Randy? Well, call me when he gets in. Do Aliens Exist just started. I gotta go watch part of this. I'll be back. N1 DVL.
There'll be a quiz.
Frank, seriously, brother, I think it might be time for an extension.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident the aliens have waited long enough.
Well, he enjoys all that. That's good for him. At least somebody enjoys all that.
Yeah, when I was a kid in high school, Eric Van Daniken wrote like Chariots of the Gods and Gold of the Gods, and I got my hands on those books, and I read them, and I was like, of course.
Well, there's some really smart dumb people out there, I'll tell you. Boy, this lightning is really starting to come up in my receive now. I might have to go to my beverage.
Yeah, I got my attenuator on, so it's not nearly as bad, but yeah, it's all over the place. How's it going, Carl?
Starting to jump up to 5, 10, 15 over now.
the wonderful. Calling the wonderful and beautiful Toad Harbians. W2MUR. Hello, radio. This is Whiskey 2, Mike Uniform Radio. Must be an EMP pulse. Took out all of our ICOMs and Kedwoods in Jesus. KB2 NVP.
Hello, Mike. WG2E.
What's going on, Carl?
It's extremely noisy, and there was a bunch of us in here a little bit ago, and I think several of us have drifted off to watch Do Aliens Exist?
They drifted off to watch what?
Do Aliens Exist?
Oh, man, they got a lot of faith, man.
Yeah, it's on right now.
Oh, my God.
Am I
to watch
okay here
Discovery
with just 100 watts?
Star Trek Discovery tonight, streaming.
Hey, I only got 100 watts going here at the moment. Is that okay?
Yeah, you're 25 over.
Okay, well, let's see. You're like 9-something on the beverage, but I'm getting like static crashes of 9.
Yeah, I've got 20 over. 20. I've got static crashes almost at your signal level. So that's. I just told you 25 over.
Okay, well, maybe this will help.
That's better. 40 over.
Okay. Hey, I was on YouTube today, and I was watching a couple videos of the LA-1K.
Oh, really? Are they the ones that, were they the Palstar videos, or were they the video that the gentleman does, and he evaluates all this stuff?
No, I don't know. It was just some guy, probably a European guy, because he had an accent, but he was just showing how it switched and how to switch antennas and then how it read out the forward and reflected and everything like that. It was kind of interesting.
Yeah, well, I wanted to buy another one and go with that combiner, but I want to get my mobile operation up and running first. So I ordered another HiQ antenna. A HiQ antenna, a swivel, another cap hat, and a couple other rods. I actually ordered 2 HiQ antennas because I don't know how long this guy's going to be around.
Well, let's see. It sounds to me like amateur radio, building up the economy again.
That's right. That's right. Well, you know, Trump has made everything good, and now we can all buy our ham sets.
Yeah. So it's just, we're just all like, what can we buy next?
I'm going to look at all of this one day and say, what did I do?
Well, yeah, you know, I got a lot of money into it, but, you know, it's all a learning experience, and I've met a lot of nice people. And, you know, it's not something that you couldn't recover a good portion of your investment selling it all, you know, if you had to.
Yeah, somebody said, you're out making your millions, and I said, nah, I'd rather make a million friends.
Yeah, we could all send you $1.
That's right. If I had a million friends, they all send me $2. I got $2 million.
Yeah, I'd do it.
You're a good man. There's not many of us left, Carl.
Well, it should be like
We should have like Toad Harbor Insurance. You know, everybody puts some money in there, and if something bad happens to anybody's equipment, you know, we have an account to replace it from, because, you know, we certainly couldn't have anybody go missing.
That's right. We would be self-insured. I've got insurance with a company in Pennsylvania. What is it? Radio insurance. It's part of a larger company. The owner of the company happened to be an amateur radio operator, so he had this idea. But his primary business, obviously, just property and some business insurance, you know, cars and homes and businesses. But he threw an amateur radio in there.
Yeah, I had something there that I took out when I first became a ham, and I don't know, it was probably pretty pricey. It was W.H. Wohlers was the name of it, and I think you paid, I don't know, 10% of what you valued it at per year or something like that. So I carried that for a couple years, and then I realized that most of it would be covered under my homeowners anyway. So I haven't paid for anything in a long time.
Yeah, well, what I have is my signal still up there?
Yeah, no problem. It's just a lot of noise.
Okay, so what I have is not only lighting, which my homeowners would cover, but I've got mechanical and electrical failure. So if I wake up in the morning and my AL572 doesn't work and the tubes are bad, I just send it in, get it replaced, and the insurance covers it. So, you know, say my 7300, which I've had for a while, say it's out of warranty, and that craps out on me, I can get that repaired for free. You know, there's not even a deductible, only applies to like beams and antenna towers, which I have none. But even though they cover it 100%, you know, you can't keep making claims, of course, you know, then the insurance goes up, right? So, you know, if there's a catastrophic event where everything blows up because of a spike or whatever, yeah, that would be covered under the homeowners. But if there's mechanical failures, mechanical failures of any kind, they're covered. And it costs me like $200 a year.
Yeah, well, I've had pretty good luck with the one I have. I was away on vacation once in the winter, and it was a big snowstorm here, and then it rained, and then there was more snow, and it crushed the roof of one of my sheds. So it was, you know, those metal ones that you buy at the, you know, Home Depot or whatnot. And so the insurance covered that. It was enough to get another one. So I put up the other one, and then I just repaired the old one. All the metal roof stuff was all bent and crushed and everything, but the outer rectangular frame was okay. So I just used what pieces I could and made a framework out of wood. So now I got two sheds.
Wow, that's nice. Now, what do you keep in your shed? Just garden stuff, and you don't have any storage in there, do you? I mean, electronic storage?
No, not really for that. All the like tools and things that I have in the garage that I very seldom ever use, I got out there in those plastic Sterilite tote boxes, you know, with the locking lids. And so far they appear to not get mice in there, you know. And then I got, you know, all the deck furnitures in there, and the snow blowers and the lawnmowers, and, you know, all the tools and you know, all sorts of hoses and whatnot.
Yeah, well, I know how you feel. I've got when I moved in here, I got like a little mini barn / large shed that all the concrete inside is heaved, and I really don't have a lot of stuff in there, really. I mean, I don't have a lot of stuff. I mean, my tractor's outside. Not my tractor, but my riding lawnmower's outside. So I put my snowblower in there and a bunch of other stuff. But I kind of wish there's a tree that's just ready to fall on this thing. So I kind of wish it would come down and take it out so I could just get a new one.
Oh, well, you never know. There's a storm coming right now, maybe tonight.
There's a storm coming right. What? So there's a storm coming right now?
Oh yeah, geez. There's Mark was just saying that over western Pennsylvania and New York they had tornado warnings out, and there's a big thing of lightning on the lightning map all right across the middle of Ohio up towards Erie that way.
Well, I got to check it out and see how far lightning is away from me. I didn't see any warnings here, any advisories of any kind. I got to go up to Colgate tomorrow and work around. It's going to rain in the morning, so I'm going to go up there around 12 when the rain will all stop.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay, but judging from the noise, this is one of the noisiest lightning days I've seen in quite a while. There'll be a G2E.
W2MUR. Well, I think the transition from the cold weather to the warm weather is probably what's causing a lot of these high pressure areas or low pressure areas.
Hey, no complaints here. There's a river of water running across my driveway from the melting snow, and that's fine with me.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've got. So if you can picture my property, okay, I'm on about 2 acres, a little over 2 acres, and I've got. It's a low water area, so I think there's, my soil is excellent. I think that's probably why my dipole does so well. But I got a drainage area on the right side of my property. As you're looking at the front of my property, and that goes into a main drainage ditch, and then there's these drainage, the big pipes and stuff that go into your driveway. And that stuff, man, that's just when and probably maybe start tomorrow and the next day. I mean, that thing's going to be raging.
Yeah, well, I got a raised ranch, so my basement is at the driveway level, and then the back of the house, where the top of the basement is and the bottom of the first floor is back at dirt level. So everything's kind of downhill, kind of across my driveway till the snow is gone. But and then it's not even going straight across, because the center of my driveway, that's always shadowed, where the shadow of my car and where my car is parked and the shadow next to it is much colder, so that's actually heaved up a bit higher. So there's like a big lump in the middle of my driveway.
Oh my gosh. Is that the first time that's ever happened?
No, I mean, it's not. If to look at it, you wouldn't notice it. But to see water running across the driveway, you realize that there's a high spot in the middle.
Wow, okay, so you ought to get some drain tile and move that away to the drainage ditch if you have one out in front by the road.
No, the water's going away. It's just that instead of going directly across the whole driveway, it's got a sort of like a high ridge in the middle of it. But, only like maybe a half an inch or something. You'd never notice it with your eye. But now I see the water's running around it. And that's because part of the ground on my driveway is frozen and the rest of it probably isn't.
I gotcha.
And I've been here for 27 years, and it's been blacktop since 2001, so all is well.
Yeah, well, I see. I've got a blacktop driveway about maybe 60 foot long, maybe 70, and I had it sealed, in 2016, so I got to get it sealed again this year. And it's in pretty good shape. There's a couple little bumps here and there, but it's in pretty good shape. The county came through, and they put a new road in front, which the road was in horrible condition, and the road was replaced, and they dug up the driveways to put aprons on them, but they dug mine out, and because some of the guys are super good guys, they dug mine out and lowered my drainage tube, because it was too high and there was a bump at the end of my driveway, so they were digging it up anyway. So they said they would just dig that out and take that new tube in there and lower it, and they did this all for free.
Yeah. My county was the same. I had, when I moved here, it was a just stone driveway, and the culvert going under the end of it there. I live on a, pretty slanty hill, so there's a lot of water goes through there. Well, one year it froze up at the one end, and then the water started coming out through broken parts of the metal culvert, and it was bubbling up through my driveway and everything. So I called the county, and they came and replaced the whole thing. And that's been, I don't know, I think that was late 90s or something. And then I had the driveway blacktop, and since then they've paved the road. So instead of taking out my blacktop, they had this machine that kind of dug down into the blacktop about an inch or two on an angle, and then they smoothed the apron up with a little bit of blacktop on top of it. It came out okay.
Yeah, I love that. That's the way your tax dollars ought to work, and I just thought that was fantastic. I think these guys are so good that I ended up hiring a couple guys during the spring, summer to help me with my lighting because they really don't get paid that much, and they got to learn, and it's an opportunity for them to work a little bit, on the weekends and a little bit during the week, because they're pretty busy during the winter, but during the summer, spring and summer, they slow down quite a bit unless they got a big project that they're doing. So that's been a great resource for me. I've got a couple electricians, a couple of those guys. I like to hire maybe 2 more people, and then I think I'll be good. I've got tons of business up at the college here in Hamilton, New York, about an hour away. So it looks like that's going to be a big chunk of my going forward here. But I do a little bit of business at the lakes. And I still have about 150 or so customers down in South Jersey, which has been really a pain in my rear end, so I've been trying to phase out of that.
Well, pretty soon you'll be able to retire and invest some of that money. Our county's pretty good here. A few weeks back with that last big thaw we had, was a terrible amount of water. It was a big rainstorm, and it was warm. There was a terrible amount of water coming down the road, and my culvert pipe froze up at the one end, and the water was actually running across my driveway. And I was worried that at some point it would be enough that it might start to erode things away. So I called down the county, the highway department, and the gal said, yeah, we'll put you on the list. They'll be there as soon as they can. And it was like 20 minutes later, they were there with a truck, and it had this big diesel engine with the water heaters and everything, and they steamed the thing out in about 15 minutes.
You're kidding me. That must have been like a big cloud. So what do they do? Do it from the outlet end or the inlet end?
I think they started at the outlet end, and it's just a long wand thing, like you'd have on a pressure washer, and it's basically was a pressure washer, but it ran on diesel, and it had 2 of these water heaters there. So I don't know if it was more water than steam or just steam, but it worked really good, and they had chunks of ice coming out of there in about 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes later they were gone.
That's nice.
Yeah, well, I don't mind paying the county taxes. That's the least of my problems. Those darn school taxes, that's what really gets you. And I don't even have kids.
So you're in New York. You're in New York. Where in New York do you live?
I'm about maybe 15 miles west of Schenectady.
Right. So you have the STAR program, right?
Yeah, Senior Star, actually.
Really? You're not that old.
I'll be 67 this month.
Get out of here. I had no idea you were that mature. Dude, you're taking pretty good care of yourself. I'm 61, so I want to work probably another 6.5 years, and then I've paid quite a bit into Social Security over the years. If Social Security still exists in the next 6.5 years, I'll be fine. But, it's not like I've got millions of dollars in retirement, that's for sure. So hopefully this business will allow me to kind of catch up, play a little catch up.
Yeah, well, depending on when you retire, if you retire before your full retirement age, you can still work on your own and make up to some certain amount of money. I think it's like around 18 grand or something. But once you get full retirement age, you can make all you want above and beyond Social Security, and they don't penalize you for it.
Oh, really?
At least that's the way I understand it. If I wanted to go get a job doing something now and make $20,000, $30,000 a year, it shouldn't be an issue. But I could have stayed working, but my knees were starting to wear out, so I figured it looked good at the time. So, I might not have had quite as much me as I would have liked to have, in my savings. But I'm taking my chances.
Yeah, I handle all my dad's finances, so I had to do his enhanced STAR program. He gets, I think, about $1,600 back or something like that to offset his taxes. He's 86, so I take care of all of his bills and all of his affairs. When I got here in 2015, he actually had an extra $3,000 in National Grid as a surplus. And I said, Dad, do you realize you got a $3,000 of surplus in National Grid? Oh, I didn't know. Because, his wife, my stepmother, used to take care of all of the finances. She was a wizard, and then she passed away in 2012, and I got her in 2015, 3 years later, and he was a mess. All his finances were a mess because she took care of them all. He didn't really know how to do it, She tried to teach him, but he just not doing it all of his life, and it was not natural. So National Grid said, well, we'll credit you the $3,000. I said, absolutely not. I have a 86-year-old father who's on a fixed income. I need to get that check back. I mean, $3,000 is enough for the next 5 years of free electricity. I mean, he doesn't use very much, gas and electric. He's a miser, Plus, his house is so well insulated. So they after escalating, I finally got, $3,000 back for me. He was so happy.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's their fault for misrepresenting the payment on the budget plan. So I just pay as it goes. I'll tell you one thing I noticed since I'm running this, spending more time down in the shack. I'm running a little electric heater a little more than I used to. Plus, running the AL82 for 4 or 5 hours at a time. I think that makes a difference.
My electric bill has never exceeded $60 a month.
Well, I would say maybe I'm going to have to look at it now to see how the ham radio has changed it a bit. But even in the summer, using the air conditioning, and I air conditioned the whole house, $90 a month maybe was about as much as I would have paid.
Oh, that's not too bad if you're using AC. I have propane and I have fuel oil. And so when you add all that up, that makes up for what I'm saving on the electric side. I use propane for hot water, dryer, and hot water, dryer, and that's it.
Yeah, I got LP for the house, and I got an electric dryer, and I got electric hot water. So that adds up. But it's only me, Like when I go away on vacation, I turn the water heater off and turn the well pump off and everything, so I don't have to worry about the house getting flooded. And I share the dryer outlet with my amplifier. I got a lead running from there that comes into the shack.
So you can't run the dryer and your amp at the same time?
No, so, that's only Saturday morning, so, no biggie.
That's pretty good. Yeah, my son came over. He's an electrician, and I could have done it, but that would have taken me forever to do it. So he did it in about an hour, not even, maybe an hour. He ran a direct line right from the service to, through the garage, my downstairs room up into my, shack. And I got a weird house. I mean, the house has probably got about 1,700 square feet, not even. It's got 5 bedrooms, and then downstairs, okay, so let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's, well, the 5th one is really a storage area right now, so it could be a family room as well downstairs, ground level. And then in the ground level, I got the laundry room, then I got a full basement under that, and the way this thing's laid out, it's just the weirdest thing. It's not like a raised ranch or anything, it's just very well utilized. The home is just well laid out. I mean, the bedrooms aren't gigantic, but the master bedroom's got is pretty good size, really good size, and it's got a full master bath. I got a second full bath, and then the kitchen, dining room, and living room are kind of all open. So it just kind of flows really well. But it's just get a. I think he ran 10 gauge to the 220 outlet.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I got going here. I got a finished basement. It's probably about 2 bedrooms worth here in the basement, just where I am right now. And then I have a half bath down here, and then there's the laundry room, which has got the furnace and the water heater and all that stuff in there. So about one half of it here is the shack, and the other half I got a lot of tables and workbenches and shelves and stuff. That's the lab over there. But I'll tell you, this thing, that whoever wired this house, I don't know what they were thinking, or even if they were thinking. When I got the radio here back in the fall, when I first started getting back on here, I decided I would address all my noise issues. So I ended up turning off all the stuff in the house. And I said, well, I had a new electrical service put in when the furnace and air conditioning went in, but none of the breakers were ever labeled. So I said, I'm going to label all the breakers too. And they got the weirdest thing. They got one side of my downstairs, one wall of a bedroom upstairs, then the other side of my downstairs, and part of the living room upstairs on each circuit. It's the craziest thing I ever saw.
So did you find that there was noise being created from the electrical infrastructure?
Oh, absolutely. I have just one 120-volt outlet out in the garage that's right next to the breaker box, and it's got an outlet right there, and it's all breaker by itself, the only thing on it. So I just ran a lead in here to the 7610 off of that, and I turned everything else off. And it all went quiet, and I turned things back on and found out where all the little noisy things were. And it turns out that the 2 cable boxes with the switching power supplies were the very worst of all. So I swapped supplies, and I moved the cable boxes around, and I got that all pretty quiet. And there's the little wall warts on the printers and telephones and all these little things that they're not much in themselves, but they kind of add up.
Huh. That's interesting. I don't have any noise issues really to speak of, but maybe I could cut my noise down even further by looking at that. I have a lot of those little devices.
Well, the key is find one circuit that you can leave on in the house and plug your radio in. And then turn everything else off but that. And then you turn everything on one by one, and you see if the noise goes up, and you go, okay, there's something on this one. And, so I relocated some things and plugged things into other circuits, and I got most of the noise all figured out. The only thing I still have is my furnace makes a lot of noise. And they came and they put a line filter on it and some ferrites and stuff. So it's taken most of the noise out of 160 and 80 meters, but I can still hear it on 40 and 20. But it's nowhere near as objectionable as it was. It used to wipe out all but the strongest signals. So now it's it's tolerable, and I'm going to keep working at it. WG2E.
W2MUR. So they actually came out and put ferrite cores on it?
Well, it's a known problem that the furnaces I have from Lennox It's a variable speed LP furnace, so the inducer fan that supplies the air for the burner is a variable speed, so it works on a little inverter, and that's all pulses of DC and everything. So that was being fed back through the AC line. So they put a filter on there and some ferrites on some of the leads, and it took quite a bit of it out. And I had done my research and found that other hams that had it done for free, they wanted to charge me $420 to install this stuff, and I just held my ground, and they did it for nothing. And it turns out what they put in there, the line filter is just a regular Corecom that was only $40. So they wanted to charge me all that money for something that was their problem in the first place.
Yeah, what about that would have been, man? Yeah, I understand. I mean, I'm getting ready to change my furnace from oil to propane, so that's why I was kind of interested in what you were saying.
Well, okay. Well, it depends on the furnace. If you get one that's just a single speed burner that runs at one speed, it won't be a variable speed motor. It'll probably just be a regular motor, and you'll have no issue. But the fact that my burner can go anywhere from 30% to 100%, and of course the air has to go along with that. It's got a variable speed drive there. It's a three-phase motor.
Right. I'm thinking about putting a York in, so that's a question I'm going to ask them.
Yeah, well, mine is a Lennox. Well, what I would do, I would put it into the contract that it's not to make any interference to your ham radio operators, and legally, it shouldn't.
Yeah, they would blow fuses if I put that in there.
Well, I might have thought to do it had I known, because I wasn't really I sort of drifted out of ham radio when they changed this. But and then as soon as I went into heating season, I began to realize, what's all this noise? And the noise would come on, and then I'd hear the burner fire up, and I go, oh, I know what it is. So, I have control of it. If it's really bad or I can't hear a weak signal, I can just walk in the other room and turn the furnace off.
Well, yep, I'm going to have to look at that. Okay, so I'm going to take the high-Q antenna, just changing subjects here real quick, the one that had the little damage to the polycarbonate shell. Everything works fine. So I'm going to seal that up and use base antenna as soon as the warm weather hits. I'm going to configure that and try it out and see how that works as a base antenna.
Well, I'm still waiting to hear about how Glenn there, Randy's friend, makes out.
Yeah, I just want to get it. I want to get it configured properly. How far. Normally on a truck, they want it low as possible. So my antenna when I was on the truck was, let's see, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it was 2 feet, almost 2 feet off the road. So I can't imagine that configuration on this would be much higher than that off the ground for the base station.
Well, and you're certainly in a position to put a much better ground under it.
Yeah, sure will. Absolutely. I'll put a nice ground radio system all around it. The thing is, I got to get it away from the house if I want to really put a nice 360 radio field. Otherwise, if I put it too close to the house, I'm only going to be able to fan it out like maybe 200 degrees.
Yeah, well, a symmetrical radio field would be the very best, but I guess there's a lot of people that, compromise somewhat and have a piece of the pie that's missing because they can't run something under the house or whatever. How far is it going to be away from your house, and what are you going to feed it with?
Well, I've got to feed it with coax. I'm going to feed it with coax. Of course, I'll put a choke on it to keep any RF out of the shack, and I don't use a choke at all. I'm in the vehicle, and I haven't had no RF issues in the vehicle. But I'm envisioning that I would put this out maybe about 50 feet away from my shack, maybe mount it to somewhere, kind of like a bracket it off of a tree, and then bury the coax in a conduit, and then run the coax, be about 50, maybe 60, 70 feet of coax, or maybe 100 feet. And then just build my radio field off of that.
Coax for kids.
Yeah, you should be using Toad Harbor feed line. Well, it sounds like you're going to be the king.
Well, you can't use the feed line for that HiQ.
Well, I saw how you had your setup on the truck there. It was kind of off to the side, and I've seen the way Randy has his. So I think both of you guys, when you're in the same area and compare signals, I think Randy's works better being higher, don't you think?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So what I've got another truck, so I've got I haven't had mobile operations since I got my other truck, which is identical to the one I had. It's just that I own it now and not lease it. It's a 2016 versus a 2018, but you couldn't tell the difference. I mean, it's identical. It's not one option that's different on the thing, except mine 2016 has a V8 Hemi in it, where my 2018 had a V6 in it. That's the only difference. So what I want to do now very soon, as soon as the weather clears, is I got a friend of mine who's going to put it up on a lift. I've got a bunch of jumpers that are 6-inch, 8-inch, and 12-inch. And I'm going to make a bunch of those, and then when I get it up on the lift, we'll get all the undercar truck stuff done, from the engine compartment, transmission, all the way, exhaust, all the way, to the, frame and body and frame, chassis and frame rather, and the lift. And then I'll pull out the lift. I'll do the doors, the hood, and the lift bed. I mean the back lift bed. What do you call that? The gate, lift gate. And then I should be pretty good as to what I wanted to do with that vehicle to begin with. And then I'm going to take the actual antenna and move that to the back of the vehicle. It'll be about the same. It'll be exactly the same height as Randy's, except it'll be outside of the bed. Like if you can imagine tying it into the trailer hitch, and then it comes out, straight out to the back of the vehicle, just behind the back tire, and at the height that I want it. So now I'm not going to have the cab being a problem anymore, so I got it away from all that.
You're awful ambitious.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, Bruce.
81 Mountain Whiskey. Hi, fellas.
Hey, fellas. How you doing, fella?
I'm okay. I'm fair to middling. I just wanted to make a little vibration into the ether here, because I'm walking around like a chicken with my head cut off, looking for a couple of top cords I knew I had in here, and now I can't find them, and because I cleaned up a little bit. I cleaned half the place. Now I can't find anything. Over.
I'm feeling some good vibrations from Bruce.
Yeah, in the luminiferous ether.
Yeah, they've forgotten all about that, but I think it really exists.
Some good radio frequency vibrations. I read a book, all of life vibrates. Atoms vibrate all the way up to everything. Everything on this earth vibrates.
Everything has a resonant frequency.
String theory.
That's right, man. That's right. Bruce, I've been watching Star Trek Discovery on CBS Access. I video stream it. In fact, I'm going to watching it in about 10 minutes. It actually was downloads by 8:30. But one of the episodes and subsequent episodes beyond that talk about they figured out a way to travel infinitely to different places in the galaxy because there's like this spore network that they never knew existed. and these spores create a network through the galaxy. So they actually figured out a way to use these spores to travel different places instantaneously. So even in Star Trek, they're thinking about that.
Oh, so now the universe is organic.
It's organic, man.
Oh, hey, also, Happy Pi Day.
Yes, Happy Pi Day. A guy from Google calculated pi out to the 34.1 trillionth power. Or no, 34.1 digits. 34.1 trillion digits, sorry.
Well, that should be accurate enough.
He holds the record now. The previous record was 24 trillion digits. So a Asian girl did this. I saw a picture of her. She looks like a guy, but she was a girl. She works for Google.
Well, the computer did the calculating, not a sensor.
Yeah, it took her 4 months. 4 months. Yeah, right. I mean, obviously the computer's doing it, so what's the big deal? You just sit back and relax.
Hey, it's Albert Einstein's birthday, too.
Happy MC squared. Well, she, I guess the issue for her is they ran out of cloud space. And so they had to use Google Cloud. They had to use a bunch of other clouds to do this. And I guess that's where the skill was involved.
Brilliant.
It was just cloud utilization. It wasn't really anything. It was just like letting the computer do the work, but you need the cloud resources to do it.
Yeah, and then what do? You look at it?
Right. I mean, what do you look at it every day? Make sure it's still going. You know, cloud runs out. You're getting to the max capacity of a cloud, so you got to figure out how to transition that to the next cloud and cascade that, and then keep and so on and so forth until you just run out of resources in 4 months. It took her 4 months to run out of the resources. She couldn't do it anymore.
Isn't that how you kill the robots? You ask them to compute to the last digit of pi, and they just go off and burn themselves out.
Yeah, hopefully that's the back door we'll have on all this AI intelligence we'll have, artificial intelligence we'll have that'll start taking over the world.
I had a disc I cut out, maybe it was 12 inches in diameter, and I knew the diameter times pi, circumference. Then I marked it on a table, and I put a mark on the wheel, and rolled it down the table and put another mark where the starting mark was. So I had a line on the table that was supposed to equal the circumference, and it did not equal pi. I don't know what I did wrong or what's going on, but I couldn't get it to work.
So you got to divide you got to divide the circumference by the diameter, right?
You multiply the diameter times pi. Or if you want to find out what the diameter is, you take the circumference and divide it by pi.
Well, I read the article to come up with pi itself, you have to divide the circumference by the circumference of the circle by the diameter.
Right.
So if you take the actual measurement of the circumference of a circle and the actual dimension, diameter, and you divide that by the circumference divided by diameter, then you just keep calculating that until you can't calculate anymore, right?
Yeah. I'm going to try it right now, and I'm going to come back because I've got some circles here. So I'm going to give you the diameter. I'm going to give you the circumference since it's Pi Day, and you can see if you can figure it out. I'll be back. KD1 Mountain.
W2MUR standing by.
WG2E. Your assignment, should you choose to accept it, is to calculate pi to the thousandth digit.
So I'm going to use my app on my iPhone. I'm sure that's going to work out well. I I should get my scientific calculator that I used for trig and calculus in high school.
Yeah, I got one of those. Well, would you believe that when I was in high school, we were using slide rules?
Well, we were required to use a slide, just to learn how to use a slide rule, but we never did. We always used calculators. We fooled around with slide rules, like in the beginning of the year, and then I think it was like maybe 2 days of getting familiar with it, and that was the last time I saw it.
Well, you know, electronic calculators were just starting to come out about the time 1970 when I graduated high school. And 1971, well, it would have been still 1970 when I started college. And I was taking physics courses, and we had to do a lot of calculations. Well, my luck was that my best friend's dad worked for Wang Laboratories, and he was selling some of the first electronic computers. So I'd go over to his house, and he'd let me use them at night. And they weren't the nice ones that we have like today. They used those, you know, those Nixie tubes with the little neon numbers in them. That's what all the numbers came out as. And when you typed in an equation, you had to do like 2 enter times enter 4 enter equals.
Yeah, it was just a pain in the ass. You had to really get used to it.
Well, it was sure better than longhand, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but when it came to the test, they let you use calculators, but at the beginning they didn't.
Well, no, this wasn't for tests. This would be doing labs. For instance, did a thing about the acceleration of gravity, and what it was this like heat-sensitive paper tape, and it was tied to a weight that we dropped, and the tape went through a spark gap that was sparking like 10 times every second, and whenever it sparked, it made a little black mark on this tape. So you had to measure between each of the marks and do all the math to calculate the acceleration of gravity.
Pretty primitive stuff compared to what everybody's doing today.
Yeah, but that was beautiful in the simplicity of it, because doing something like that got the understanding in your head.
I've always been fascinated with. So I was reading some articles about when would. You know, is it theoretically possible to travel beyond the speed of light? So there's a couple brilliant guys working on this, and they think they'll have it within the next 20 years. Believe it or not, the next 20 years is like nothing. I mean, so they're actually creating a warp bubble, just like Star Trek. So they create the object, because you know, at the speed of light. You can only travel, like I think 75% the speed of light practically, and then as you approach the speed of light, your mass goes to infinity. So what they did was so they need the ability and the power to be able to create this wave where your object, your mass, stays stationary. And so they create a warp in space-time. So they basically collapse the space-time field in front of the object or the matter, and expand space-time behind it. So it's like so it becomes a surfing, kind of like a surfing event, of matter, of the object, whatever it is, a spaceship. And they actually have a theoretical design that NASA's already made, and it was just amazing. They've named it and everything, so they've got grants, and so now they just got to create the power, to do this, to create this massive power that actually collapses space-time in front of an object and expands it behind it. So the only thing that we can think of right now that would be able to do that would be a controlled mixing of matter and antimatter. And, you know, to get antimatter right now, you can't really get large quantities of it to actually make any difference, you know, to actually create something, you know.
Well,
Starship
they stole that from
Enterprise.
Star Trek The Next Generation. That was the episode where they surfed on the soliton wave.
The soliton wave, yes. That didn't work out too well.
I don't remember exactly what came of it, but I'm sure it was all good in the end. So you've been watching that season 2 of that Star Trek Discovery. I got season 1 that my brother-in-law got from somewhere, and I got it on my computer, and I watched the first couple episodes, but I haven't been able to, or just haven't had the impetus to get into watching the other one. So how's season 2? Is it worth it?
Did Randy show up yet?
No.
No, we're
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, hi Ray, how you doing? Good evening. No, it definitely is worth it. I ended up getting CBS Access. It's $5.99 a month with the commercials and $9 without. But I just said I don't care. $5.99 is fine. I just the acting's good. The plots are good. Some of the stuff is kind of lame. Some of the characters are a little bit. They don't act that well. But for the most part, and Spock was brought in. Man, he is awesome. I mean, the guy they cast him for Spock as they bring him into the season 2, which they did last week, is fantastic, fantastic. And then Spock's got this sister that they adopted, Michael, and she grew up on Vulcan, and I never knew that. So I guess that's kind of a twist that they brought in even in the first season. So lots of twists and turns. Captain Pike gets involved. You know, he's the captain of the Discovery. And Captain Pike, as you know, was prevalent in the beginning of Star Trek and the original series. So it's pretty good. It's really interesting. I like it. In fact, I'm going to watch it here in the next few minutes. W2MUR at the top.
You have your
WG2E. Well, no spoilers, but Bruce has our assignment.
Yeah, you got to do the assignment before you go watch the Star Trek.
I'm ready, man.
All right, the circumference is 48.625 inches. Did you copy that?
48.625.
Okay, yeah, and diameter is 15.46875. That's 1546875 inches.
14.46875, got it. And so there's calculating pi basically is roughs out to calculating circumference divided by the diameter. But pi is in the equation, so circumference is pi squared times the diameter equals 2 times pi times the radius. So that's the way that's the traditional formula.
Well, if you figure it from those numbers, it's 3.14343434.
Yep, that's what I get. So that's pretty close.
That is.
Well, you're dealing with reality.
Well, we don't know, because we might be riding a soliton wave. Who knows?
Well, if you use a scientific calculator, you're going to get a longer answer than that.
Well, it just seems this one seems to just repeat 3434. You know, so yeah, I can take 3434 and take that out to a Google number.
Yeah, it's a Google number. Yeah, so what's so hard about that? He did it. Yeah, but he did it 34 trillion digits. 34 trillion, Bruce. That's a lot of digits.
And it never repeats, huh?
Yeah, it's a transcendental number.
Mine repeats. I guess the real one wouldn't.
Well, for all we know, it did, right? He ran it up 34. He's got the world record that was, I don't know how they So so Guinness World Book of Records validated it. How would they validate it? So you got the guy that sets the world record at Google, right? He has to use that base known under the sun to calculate it out to 34 point something or another trillion digits, 34 trillion digits. And by the way, 34 trillion is what AOC, that goofy Democrat, she wants to buy free college and build trains to Europe and all these other places. You know, that's 34 trillion in the next 10 years without building the trains, without getting rid of the airplanes. But I digress. She's just an idiot. But 34.1 trillion digits, that's lots and lots of digits.
Hey, speaking of interesting things, so does anybody know what's wrong with that Boeing airplane yet?
Yes, it has to do with the center of gravity, that the whole idea of the trying to utilize the GE engines that they use on those shifted the center of gravity too forward. So they had to move the center of gravity back, but using software. So the problem is that never really communicated properly to the pilots about how this would impact the airplane, and then nobody's had issues with it. And the only people that have had issues with it have been the last two crashes. But then there are some pilots that say that the Boeing instruction manual is horrible when it comes to describing what do the pilots do if this happens.
That is insane. Relying on software to balance physical displacement. That is insane.
Yeah, I agree.
That the reason
it's very hard for me to believe that a modern company with modern computers could build a plane out of balance.
Now that they had the flight data off the second crash, they found that the happenstances during the lead up to the crash was very similar. So that's why they think it's some inherent thing.
Well, you're right, Bruce. It is insane. It is insane, and the issue, I think that's why Trump grounded all the aircraft, because the whole idea of doing what they're doing is totally for economy and efficiency of the engine. Pratt & Whitney had an engine that they developed that it's all about competition. So you got General Electric and Pratt competing with the engines. Now their engine, it took them a lot longer to develop, but they have the issue resolved, and they use that on the Airbus A320. And it's super quiet, super efficient, extremely efficient. I was listening to an engineer talk about this, 81-year-old engineer from, I don't know where it was from, but he was making the comparison of the Pratt & Whitney engines versus the General Electric engines that are used on the Boeing aircraft. I think they're GE engines. And he said the problem is that Boeing didn't want to wait. They just went ahead with their existing engines, and Pratt & Whitney took a little more time, and then had the breakthrough where they don't have to have that issue. So it's an easy fix. It should be an easy fix. It's a software fix, but it's not going to be necessarily a structural fix.
They should ground those planes forever. It's just about as akin to having driverless cars on the highway.
Well, yeah, I mean, because the Ethiopian pilots, from what I understand, felt shimmers and shakes in the engine. What they were trying to do is fight the correction in the computer until the computer overpowered them and nosedived it into the ground. That's basically what happened. To me, you should be able to disable all that and fly it manually.
Well, you would think that any plane, the design would be that if the pilot has to in an emergency, he can overpower the computer.
Yeah, that's just logic. I mean, it's just amazing to me that couldn't happen. I mean, okay, so you got two airplanes that crashed, but you got thousands and thousands of airplanes with multiple millions of miles on it that haven't, had any issues whatsoever. That's why the FAA said that they're confident in what the existing planes that are out there. If it wasn't for Trump doing the executive order grounding everything, they'd still be flying.
Yeah, but wasn't the problem they had that the pilots were not aware of the procedure to circumvent that problem?
Exactly, yes. They weren't aware from the perspective of the training, the manual, the operations manual that's on the plane, the flight manual, should specify what to do in a situation like that. And they said that the flight manual was just pathetic, absolutely pathetic.
Which, again, is so hard to believe on a big company like Boeing. I mean, that just doesn't even make any sense. Except I see that Boeing has a plant in China, and their planes are being made in China. So, all I can think of is they had the Chinese write an English manual, and you know how that comes out.
No, the 737-800 Maxes are made in Washington State.
Well, but Boeing does have a plant in China, and China's also building their own airline. So the whole thing seems kind of counterproductive to me.
Well, they may have a supply chain. Like certain parts are made in China for it, but most of the parts are made in the U.S. and it's all assembled in the U.S.
I got to tell you, this blind allegiance to accepting every new digital technology, with reckless abandon is going to be the undoing of our culture and of civilization. It's insanity to just think that computers can compensate for, things like this. That's crazy.
Well, all that new 5G network and everything that's being installed is all based on equipment made in China. So I'll bet you any kind of amount of money that there's going to be a lot of back doors in there that nobody knows about right now.
That's why they're trying. That's why the company, the big tech company, the biggest tech company in China is Huawei, has been indicted by Canada, and that's been the big issue for trade negotiations as well, because they're the number one manufacturer of cell phones in everywhere except America, and they have and so we've discovered through intelligence that they have back doors and all these things, and that's why we don't want to use their technology because of that. And this has been probably one of the biggest issues hindering our trade negotiations.
Well, we should make it ourselves and put our own work doing it.
No, we do. Apple is not tied into Huawei, and Apple is dedicated on that. Really focused on the U.S. market.
I'm told these new Apple phones, if you buy a state-of-the-art one, they cost like $1,000.
That's crazy.
Well, that's what I think. I'm thinking it's insane to spend $1,000 on a cell phone.
Yeah, but there's probably people that don't know anything about ham radio would say that we're crazy to spend $3,000 on a radio.
Well, not really, because you can buy, say, this Kenwood 890, and 10 years from now or 20 years from now, it's still going to be working. See, the problem with the cell phones is they work for a year or two, and then they just they obsolete them, over the internet, and then they just don't work right anymore, and you have to buy a new one. See, that's the difference.
It used to be when cell phones came out that for many years that they just gave that, okay, so you would go to Verizon, for instance, and you'd get a cell phone, and they would just give you a cell phone and with a contract, and you'd get a 2-year contract, and then once the 2-year contract was up, then you were eligible to get another cell phone, so you paid $100 for the cell phone, and then you used that cell phone, or you got a free one depending on the promotion. Now today, with the more elaborate iPhones and whatever, you go in there and then they say, okay, so your bill's going to be $48 a month plus $10 for the service. So all they're doing is financing over the period of 2 years, that cell phone, that $1,000 cell phone.
Well, of course. I mean, come on. You know, anybody'd have to be pretty stupid to believe you're getting the phone for free.
People out there that are just, all they care about is they have a monthly cell phone bill that's cheap enough for them to afford. And then everybody walks around like zombies looking at their phones.
Yeah, but there's phone and envy, too. You know, I got a phone, and it's a tool. I don't care what anybody thinks that I got the latest and greatest. If it serves my purpose, it's good enough for me.
Yeah, I've got the 7P. How long has the 7P been out? For 5 years, maybe? So I'm happy with the 7P. I can keep using the 7P forever.
Does it still work okay?
Works perfectly.
Yeah, okay. Well, I hear these stories that those phones only work for a couple of years, and then they slow way down and they become obsolete.
No, it's kind of. I noticed that the battery's kind of dying on me a little bit, but I guess the battery booster case that you can put on this thing, so when the battery runs down, you hit a button and it recharges again, and it runs off the battery pack as part of the case. So they try to overcome it with that issue. So I'm probably going to get maybe another year or two out of this. So it'll be a total of 7 years.
There's a place that's advertising on the radio. I think it's up in Northampton. And they have a cell phone service. And they said, you bring us any cell phone, and we can repair it most likely while you wait, or usually not longer than an hour. And that includes changing the screen on a cracked cell phone or the battery.
Yeah, what I would love to do, because I love my cell phone, is just get a new battery put in it.
I just change mine every couple of years when it starts not lasting like more than a day.
Yeah, you can get them online. Go online and look them up. Give them the type of cell phone and the battery part number on it, and just order one.
Yeah, that's what I did. I got an exact replacement from Amazon. I did it online, and it was there. And I got an email today that my antenna physics will be here tomorrow.
Oh, boy, you're going to have some good reading to do tomorrow. Check that page. The last 4 pages in the book. Start at the back of the book and just turn probably 4 to 5 pages, and you're going to see a chart. And look at that chart. That's one of the most important things in that whole book. That's 4 different 160-meter antennas, and really learn that chart.
I will check it out.
All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna sign here and go off to watch the Star Trek Discovery show. When that's done, I'll return if anybody's still here. So 73's guys, W2MUR in Holland, Patton, New York.
Live long and prosper.
Hey, that was pretty good. Okay, N1 DVL.
Let's see you, Mike, in Holland, Patton. KD1 Mountain Whiskey in Little Compton.
Okay. Hey, Ray, I didn't think that do aliens exist was very good.
Calculation there.
Yeah, I didn't either. It sucked.
You know, it was just supposition and guesswork. It wasn't any background of actuality that might point in that direction.
Yeah, I'm reading another Hynek book here, Bruce. I don't know which one it is. I can go get it. But there's a couple sentences and paragraphs in there I have to read to you. Boy, it really pertains to you.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. It's for the non-believer. Because Hynek was on an airplane, and there was a conversation going about aliens, and he started talking to one of the guys, and the guy he was talking to reminds me of you. I think Hynek said something like, do you ever saw it? And he goes, well, of course not. There's no such thing as aliens. The whole thing's preposterous. So Hynek says to him, well, let me ask you this. Have you ever studied any of the issues? Have you ever studied anything about them? And he goes, well, why would I? It's crazy. There's no such thing as aliens. They don't exist. Why would I bother studying it? And then he comes up with his own thoughts on that particular subject. And that's like 1 or 2 sentences, which I'm going to read to you.
Well, first of all, I've never expressed any of those responses. I've never said it's nonsense, that I don't believe it, and all that stuff. I've never said that.
Well, I don't know. It seemed to me like you're pretty positive that they pretty much don't exist unless one comes down. Remember, I always say unless one comes down and zaps you on the backside.
Yeah. Well, I can't say that it is for certain because I haven't experienced it. And you can say that the evidence is leaning very strongly to that conclusion. But I can't go around saying they're real, Ray. I mean, that would be, too speculative.
Were you here last night when I came in and said people have been convicted of murder on circumstantial evidence?
Yeah. So they were convicted of murder on circumstantial evidence. Means the evidence was strong enough to say, yeah, we shouldn't let this guy back on the street because there's a pretty good chance, although it's uncertain, that he might kill somebody again.
Right. Well, that's always been my argument. The circumstantial evidence for aliens is so strong that you just simply can't ignore it.
I would say that that's probably true. Can't ignore it. Can't deny it.
Well, so therefore then you agree. Aliens exist.
No, I don't agree. I can't ignore it. I can't deny it. I can't emphatically say that they exist.
Now, you better be careful, because if I ever meet one, first thing I'm going to do is say, listen, can you take me down to Little Compton, Rhode Island? I want you to do a little chore for me.
I hope you do that, Ray, because that would be the thrill of my life.
Yeah, then come here next.
I'm going to have them blow their horn, and when you come out, I'm going to have them vaporize your generator up on the tower so you won't have to remove it.
Oh, that'd be great. I'd like that.
But see, here's the problem. You still wouldn't believe it because there's no evidence.
Well, if I witnessed that, of course I would believe it.
Well, why? The thing could have got hit by a ball lightning or a lightning bolt, and that's what destroyed it.
Right, but like I just said, if I had witnessed that, then I certainly would be a believer.
Okay.
Okay.
I just think the evidence is overwhelming. The books that Hynek writes, both of them. He must personally write these books himself. I don't think he's a very writer, and I don't think I don't know. They just don't seem to be written very well at all. Now, I'm no book expert, but maybe from a scientific perspective, that's the way scientists do it. But basically, what he shows you in this book, the one I'm reading here now, the book's kind of statistics, and what it boils down to is no matter where in the world you go, no matter who you speak to, and I mean this is really, really diversified. You're talking to people in darkest Africa, talking to people in the mountains of South America, China, Russia, the UK, everywhere where there's a lot of sightings, say, going on. And the people don't know each other, and they don't talk to each other, yet they all report essentially exactly the same thing.
Hello, radio. KB2 VP.
What are you doing mobile now?
I'm just pulling out of my parking spot.
You mean to tell me you're just leaving work?
I am. We had a big day today.
You are just working too much.
He's dedicated. I can't talk for very long because I'm going through the city, but you're going to be on here in 5 minutes. I'll be back on when I get onto the highway.
Yeah, I'll probably be here. I'll wait.
Okay, KB2, ZVP, good evening, everybody.
Hey, you're 10 over in Rhode Island.
That's it?
That's all.
Hang on, let me turn my amplifier up a little.
No, you don't need to. You're Q5.
All right, Bruce. Good to hear you. And I'm just going through the boulevard here, and I'm going to be coming into a lot of power lines, overhead power lines, so there's no sense of me even trying. So give me five or six, and I'll be back with an even bigger signal. 73 for now, KB2 ZVP.
And you're 10 over, back in the motherland.
Hey, Carl.
Antenna's just amazing.
Remember the guy come in here last night saying that the short antenna can't be as good as a big antenna.
Now, we all know that's a bunch of crap.
Hey, Ray.
Not according to him.
K2DED. Ray, can you copy?
Yeah, I copy. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? Don't forget, you got that story to tell us tonight.
Oh yeah, well I was going to wait for Randy to get on. If he doesn't, I want him to hear it. So I want, if he's not on, I won't bother.
I'm listening.
Can you hear me competently?
I hear everybody's send that over.
Yeah, but is the noise on the lines going to bury me?
Well, yeah, on this road that I'm going to be on, give me a second.
Yeah, because I really want you to hear the story because you're somewhat involved in it.
Okay. Now I really want to hear it. Yeah, let's wait till I get into a clear zone. I'll stand by. Hi, Steve. KB2 ZVP. I got you loud and clear here. It's just noisy on my end here, but I hear every word you're saying. Good signal.
Where have you been? Haven't been in here a lot, Steve. Where have you been?
I've been here every night. I don't speak up a lot, but I listen every night, man. I hear every night.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Tom, did you ever come back? Yeah, Tom maybe got wiped out by a tornado or something, because they had tornadoes out his way.
Oh, God.
Hey, can I be in your story, Ray?
No, you can't be in my story.
Darn.
For all the things that you're interested in, Ray, I'm so upset that you don't have access to the internet. So you could broaden your information so much more if you had access to the internet.
That's not a good statement because 70% of the information on the internet is wrong. So it's not going to help you.
I would actually probably say that it's closer to 90% of the stuff on the internet is incorrect. But what is out there for anything you want to learn about, there is ways to actually get the truth about things on the internet. You just got to be very picky and know where to go. But you have infinite knowledge about everything at the tips of your fingers within seconds, milliseconds. And that's why it's just, you would benefit tremendously.
It just dawned on me real quick. Hey, Bruce? Stop planting those seeds, Bruce. And come back to the radio.
Yeah, I'm back. I had to twist my ankle getting here.
Well, that's okay. You'll live. You didn't see those Dash 8 planes crash, right?
No, I just saw the rubble in the pictures, the poor people fishing through it.
But how do you know? You didn't see it, so therefore you don't know.
Well, right, I never... Well, it's pretty well reported, and the evidence is on the ground in pieces, mangled steel, dead people crying, planes being grounded, President of the United States making a statement about it. You know, I mean, it's in the upfront and personal.
Bruce, it could be just a weather balloon.
They made a hole that big?
Well, the thing that happened out there in Roswell made a hole that big, but it was just a couple pieces of a weather balloon.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Right. Okay. Well, anyway, but that's the point I'm trying to make. You've never seen the stuff I've seen. You know, because all my effort goes to you and John, because I don't think John believes at all. And you know, you haven't seen the stuff I've seen, but you know that last Carl, did you watch Blue Book last night?
I did.
Okay, now, you know that story that they showed you last night. That's an absolutely, positively a true story. And that story is very accurate. It may not be 100% accurate. Maybe they didn't zip over the field with all those people in it. But thousands of people saw those lights flying all over Washington for 2 weeks. And they had them on radar, and they chased them with planes just like they saw. So that story you saw was, in fact, a very accurate, true story. Do you know that?
Yeah, and for the dates that they said there, I think I was about 4 months old.
Well, the point is, now, Bruce, did you know that in 1952 Washington, D.C. was buzzed by UFOs for many times, and thousands of people, plus the military and radar, and everybody had seen it, and they chased them with jets and the whole thing. Did you know that?
Yeah, I heard about that. In fact, Jane was living down there at the time.
Okay, did you also know that President Truman got on TV and he talked about the aliens, over Washington? Did you ever see that?
No, I never saw that footage. Is it available?
Well, I'm assuming it must be available on the computer, but he was on TV and he was talking about the aliens and what was going on down there. Now, that's just one of 10,000 things that I've seen that probably a lot of people haven't seen. But, I mean, come on. That almost alone should be enough to convince people.
Come on, when's the story going to start?
Okay, you ready for the story? Everybody, you ready? Take a deep breath, because this story's not easy and it's long.
Go.
Just don't forget you're running to Kenwood. You may want to stop on the screen after a minute or so and let it cool off.
The Kenwood's just fine. Okay, so I see this girl in the gas station. I ran into her a couple times, 3 or 4 weeks ago. Her and another girl were there. I call them the Bobbsey twins. They're both very, very outgoing, very nice. One of them's 22, the other's 37. So, this 37-year-old, the next time I saw her, I said, listen, I want to talk to you for a second. I said, would you be interested in going out to dinner with me? I said, it's not a girlfriend-boyfriend thing, but I'm really looking for a great girl to go out to dinner with, and this, that, and the other. And she said, well, I don't know. I'll think about it. So I said, okay, fine. So the next time I see her, she's with the guy. She's not with the 22-year-old girl. She's with this guy, and he happens to be gay, and he is a very, very nice guy, number one. Number two, he's really, really good looking, and he's all cropped up real nice and clean, nice haircut, really nice clothes, just a really nice guy. And I went in there and I said, did he give it any thought? And she said, well, nah, not really. And the guy says, hey, go out with him. What's wrong with you? I know this guy. He comes in here all the time. He's always giving me change. He's one of the best people that come in here. He said to her, go with him. You're crazy not to go with him. I know he's a good guy. So she said, well, I'll think about it. So I left, and the next time I saw her, I said to her, listen, I came up with a brilliant idea. I know what the issue is. You don't know me, so you're afraid to go out with me, and you don't want to go to Northampton and get into a car with a guy you don't know. So I said, how about just walking it's about 200 feet away. I said, why don't you walk over to the Japanese restaurant there, and I'll meet you there for a drink. And she says, okay, I'll do that. Yep. I said, well, when? She says, well, I got out of work at 6. So she said, I'll see you at 6 o'clock. So I went down there that night, and, I parked in the parking lot. She didn't come down. I walked over. She said, well, I was looking for you, but she said, I was looking for, your Blazer and your car, so I didn't know it was you. So anyway, I met her, walked her down the hill. We went over, and we had a couple of drinks together and talked for maybe 45 minutes or so, and I thought we had a pretty good time. Okay, if everybody follow that so far?
So far, so good.
Okay, so the next day, she calls me. So she takes a ride home from me, by the way. So I know where she lives. I drop her off. It's only like a mile or mile and a half up the road. I drop her off at her house, and she says, I really had a good time. That really was fun and all that. So she gave me her phone number. This time she gave me her phone number, and she had my phone number. And she said, well, I'll call you tomorrow. So I said, okay. So 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:30 in the morning, the phone rings. It's her, and she goes, hi, it's Tiffany. I said, hi, how you doing? She goes, hey, is there any chance you could give me a ride to work today? I said, yeah, I can give you a ride. It was a bad day. It was that snowstorm we had. So I said, sure, no problem. I said, I got to go to the house anyway. She had to go to work for like 12. I think it was 12. Pretty sure it was 12 o'clock. So I said, yeah, fine. I'll go to the house and I'll pick you up. So I pick her up. I bring her to work. And I said, you want to go out for dinner tonight? And she said, sure. Yeah. She said, okay, yeah. So I said, well, can we go to Northampton this time? And she goes, no, I can't go to Northampton with you yet. She said, why can't we eat over here? I said, well, I really hate to go to dinner in this area. But I said, that place is actually pretty good. I've eaten there before. So I said, okay, dinner tonight. So anyway, we go over, we have dinner, and we're having a really good time. We spent an hour together, and she was fine. Okay, so that's the second date. Now the next day, or the day after that, I see her again. This is a Monday, and we go over after work, and we're sitting at the table. She tells me her story. Okay, everybody's okay with this so far?
Yeah, so far it's sounding good. KB2 ZVP Mobile.
I'm on the edge of my chair.
Yeah, and she looks like one of the movie stars. I can't think of the girl's name. I should have written it down, but if you saw her, you'd be amazed. She's fatter than the girl in the movie star. The movie star probably weighs 100 pounds. She probably weighs 140, but she really looks a lot like this young movie star that's out there. So anyway, we go over for the drink, and she tells me her story. She said, I'm a registered nurse. I hold 13 different degrees in nursing. She said, but I can't work because I had 3 DUIs. And I lost my license, and when you don't have a license, you can't work as a nurse. And if you're under that, the thing with the law, you cannot work as a nurse if you had DUIs. She said, I have 2 years left, and then I can go back to being a nurse. And then she tells me she's got 2 15-year-old identical twin daughters. And I said, how identical are they? She said, the only way I can tell them apart is one's got a little, freckle on her nose. And she said, other than that, they're so identical, I have a very hard time telling them apart. I said, wow, that's really amazing. Now, the rest of the story is, I said, well, what happened to your husband? And she said, he died. And I said, well, how did he die? She said, well, we were living in West Springfield. He had a restaurant in Springfield. He was just starting. And he was the cook and, he did all the work there. And she said, and he drank too much like I did. But she said, I didn't start drinking until after he died. She said, but I'm assuming he lost his license and he couldn't drive. But she said he wouldn't drive when he had 2. And she said, basically every night after work he'd hang with his buddies, they'd get drunk, and then he'd walk home from Springfield across the railroad bridge. And there's a railroad bridge that goes right down to the center of Springfield. It really does. It goes right through the center. You can walk up there, get on the thing, and walk right across the river on the railroad bridge. Well, he didn't come home one night, and 2 weeks later they found him floating in the river. And, of course, he was dead. And I asked her, the first thing I asked her, I said, when they found him, did he have money on him, or did he have, she said no. His money was missing, and all his jewelry was missing. And they never found out what happened to him. They didn't call it murder, but they never found out what happened to him. And she said, then I started drinking, and that's what screwed me up and all the DUIs. Okay, everybody follow that so far?
Still following along.
Okay, now here's where you come in. I'm sitting there on the third night, and her phone rings, and she says, she hangs up the phone. I said, it's a problem? She goes, yeah. She goes, they turned off my electricity. I said, are you sure? I said, because they don't usually turn off electricity in the wintertime, especially if you've got two, 15-year-old kids. She said, well, the house doesn't belong to me or the kids. She said, I'm living there with this older woman. And I said, well, they'll never turn it off if the woman's over like 62 years old. She goes, she's not. She's like 56 years old. And she said, I'm supposed to be paying the bills, but I can't make enough money working. She said, last week I had 13 hours. And she said, I just can't, she said, I have a storage locker with all my furniture in it. That's $250 a month. She said, I just don't have the money to pay all the bills. So I said, well, maybe the power's not off, okay? Now, it seemed pretty legitimate. So now and of course, she drinks, and she's drinking martinis. She's drinking vodka martinis, and you can tell she's an alcoholic. Believe me, I'm an expert in this field. There is no one that knows people that drink too much better than I do. And you can just tell that glass sitting in front of her was her whole life. She's definitely an alcoholic, but she handles it well. She doesn't get crazy. And I even asked her, I said, what happens when you drink too much? She said, I just get happy and jovial. She said, I don't, I'm fine. I don't turn into a jerk. But she said, I don't drink like that anymore. So, okay, fine. So now we walk out to the car, and here's where you come in. She says to me, is there any way you could loan me $80? And I said, I really don't want to. I said, you know what? We don't know each other that good. This is not a good thing to start, and it's really, really not good. And she said, well, the trouble is I really need that electricity on, and, I just can't earn enough money to do it. And I thought about it for a second, and here's where you came in, Randy. I said, Randy's a good guy. He does all kinds of things for people. He gives them radio gear. He gives away stuff. He's always, sending people this, that. I just came into money. I said, you know what? I'm going to take the high road. So I pull out my wallet, and I go, listen, forget it. I changed my mind. I said, here, I gave her $100. I said, you don't owe me this money back. This is not a loan. It's yours. Go pay the bill. Now, she looks at me, and she says to me, I will show you the bill. I'll show you where I paid the money, okay? She said, that's, you gave me the money, and I just want you to know that's what I did with it. Okay, so I drive her home that night. The next morning at 9:30, I call her up, and I'm going to take her to work because I know she goes to work at 11 or 12 or whatever. At times she goes to work at 6, and sometimes she goes to work at 12. So I'm assuming it's 12. I call her up, don't get any answer. She doesn't call me back. Now, every time I've ever called her, she picks up the phone. She doesn't not pick it up and then call me back. She always answers. So she didn't answer, so I'm thinking, well, maybe she went to work at 6. So I don't call her all that day. 8 o'clock that night, I call her again. I was talking to you guys on the radio. I call her again. Now, this is on Tuesday, and we were supposed to go out Wednesday because she told me, I have Wednesday off, so if you want to go to Northampton, we'll go on Wednesday. I said, great. So I call her at 8:30 at night right from the radio room here, and she doesn't answer, and I leave a message. I said, Tiffany, it's Ray. I said, this is about going out tomorrow night to Northampton. Give me a call whenever it's convenient. Never heard from her again.
Till this day?
To this day. I haven't called her back, and I won't call her back, and I never heard from her again. Okay, so what do you think happened?
I hope she didn't get liquored up and got in some kind of trouble.
Well, that's exactly what I thought, because I'm pretty sure she told me she didn't have to work on Tuesday or Wednesday, but I'm not positive about Tuesday, but I'm 100% sure she said I have Wednesday off, so I've got some stuff to do, but if you want to go to Northampton, that's fine. I'll be, I'll go with you. I feel comfortable with you. I'm sure there won't be an issue. So I said, okay, we're going out Wednesday night, and we'll have a great time. I said, I'm going to show you the town. You'll love it. And I haven't heard from her since, not one time. So that's kind of what I thought. I figured I dropped her off. She probably got a cab, went right back to the Packy and bought 2 giant bottles of booze, and she's passed out somewhere. That or I can't understand is if got the money that easy, she'd still be looking for more money if that was her game. So I'm kind of leaning along the line she went and got drunk.
Yeah, well, she went to the gas station, so you can just go to the gas station and see if she's right.
I can, but you know what? I told her very, very, very plainly at least 2 times when I was with her. We were getting along fine. It was a perfect relationship. There was no issues. Both of us were perfectly happy. I told her, I said I had a really good time. When the night we had dinner together, I said I had a really good time with you. I said I hope you had as good a time as I did, because I said this is really good, okay? And that's that. And I told her, the things I told her, I said I only ask one thing of you, and this is the only thing I will ever ask of you. Don't ever lie to me, okay? I'm tired of scumbag girls that just, all they do, they think they can lie about everything. I said, you're not going to be able to get by me that easy. I told her all about Lisa and how Lisa lies and the time at the Cape, and I said, Lisa got by me that time. I explained that whole story in detail to her, and she said, yeah, but she said, that was, I explained how Lisa did it, and she said, well, I would have believed her too. And I said, well, I did believe her until 5 years later when she finally came clean and told me the whole thing was BS. So I said, now there's absolutely no reason on this earth for you to ever lie to me. I don't care what you do. You're not my girlfriend. If you want to go out with another guy, I don't have an issue with it, but just don't ever lie to me. I said, that's going to be it right then and there, because that's one thing I won't put up with. I said, other than that, I'm going to take good care of you, and we'll get along great. Well, that's the end of that story. So that's the typical girl that is here in the real world where I am. And what happened to her, I have no idea.
Well, I think you have the right to know. I mean, I think you should go to the gas station, run by one time, and just, ask what happened. Maybe there's a good story. Maybe she got, abducted by a UFO guy. I don't know. But anyway, I'm home in my driveway, so I'm going to meet you guys in a little bit off the base radio in just a few minutes once I get in and get cleaned up just a little bit. Interesting story. I wish it would have turned out differently. I hope it's not. I hope nothing bad happens to the girl.
Well, I'll tell you, this is one girl I kind of was really hoping it would work out, because she is a nice-looking girl. I mean, she is a very nice-looking girl. Okay, see you later.
And the moral of the story is, Randy, you owe Ray $100.
That's right, Randy. You owe me $100. Yeah, he already went in. I'll tell him when he gets on the radio. But Randy's always generous with everybody, with his friends. I mean, Randy bought me a subscription to QST magazine. It's a little embarrassing for me, but he did it. I mean, I'm not embarrassed he did it. I'm embarrassed that people know I get QST magazine. So what do you think happened, Rusty Nail? Yeah, but the thing that makes no sense is if she got the money that easy, wouldn't you think she'd just come back for more?
I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's been a long time since I've had a drink, so I can't get myself into the mindset of a drinking person anymore. But having been around enough of them, I would say that they're not thinking rationally, and addicted people generally are going to go for the short game. They're going to try to get what they can get as quickly as they can because they don't know if they'll have another opportunity.
That's true, and they also, yeah, like you said, the short game, it's only been a couple days too, Ray. You never know. If you just let it lie, you might hear from her again next week, and she'll start giving you all kinds of different stories and trying to get back in with you.
Well, that's, you know, that you're all 100% right. And like I said, I called her for the ride, and I called her later that night, and she didn't return my call, so that's the last. She didn't get another call from me, that's for sure. But anyway, the reason I even bother telling everybody this story is because I'm always telling you the girls from around here, from within 1,000 miles of Springfield, Mass, are all effed up. They're all like that. There's not one that isn't, and there it is in black and white. I mean, here, she just seemed like such a cut above. She certainly, now, you know, she told me she held 13 different, you know, degrees or 13 different, you know, things that we go to school for nursing. She knew a lot about nursing, so she had to be into it because I explained to her that I had a stent, and she knew all about them and how they work, and you know, she knew more about them than I did. So she can't be full of crap there. But then again, they're the addicted personality. That's the thing, right then and there. They're totally unpredictable. I told you my new thing. My new thing is the next girl I go out with is going to be over 60 years old. Hey, Russ, your signal seemed awful low to me. Are you running the amp?
No, not. Plus, I didn't have my tuner turned on, so I probably was like having a lot of SWR, but I don't think I got any now.
No, yeah, you were like under an S9, S8 or so. Now you're like 20 over 9. So, yeah, that was at the tuner.
Yeah, you came up here to your 30 over.
Actually, I could just run my antenna over into bypass, and I only run about a 1.5 to 1 SWR with the tuner completely out of the circuit.
Well, I don't know. Your signal was way down. Now it's way up. Let me put my heat meter on. Let's see, meter. Okay, meter. Power. What am I doing wrong here? Power. What am I trying to do on the meter? I was trying to look up heat. That's it. Heat. Now I screwed up here. I got to figure out something else. Menu. There's the meter. Oh, there's the temperature. I see the temperature gauge now. I don't understand how that works, but anyway. Now the temperature is half scale on this thing. It's actually slightly over half scale, and I never hear the fans run. Can anybody? There's a good thing for you to do, Carl. Look up on the computer about the fans in this radio. This has got two fans in it. And if you read the stuff with the radio, it said there are two big fans, and they're very, very, very quiet, and that's why they did it. But the temperature always seems high, and I never hear the fans run. I love that.
This is a great thing for you to do, Carl. Look up look up the fans on my radio. Happy to be home. KB2ZVP.
I guess so. Anyway, Russ, did you hear what Russ said when you left?
No, I didn't. I heard you, and then when I signed off, I listened to what you said, then I left.
He said you owe me $100.
Sure, no problem.
He said the moral of the story was Randy owes you $100 because basically, if it hadn't been for your like bleeding heart liberalism from like the Syracuse area, he would have not given that girl a dime, and he'd be $100 ahead.
Well, he's plenty of money ahead. He's got plenty of money, and that girl may have needed that money for something really, really good. He doesn't know. Okay, so all he knows is, and what we know is what we think we know, but we really don't know what happened to her. You know, that money may have gone to bad use. It may have gone to good use. I say, don't be a pessimist. Give people a chance. Stop in and see her if she's at work, or maybe she's not at work. Maybe something happened to her. Maybe she went to the power company to pay the power. She slipped and got hit by a bus. Who knows? You know, I mean, so I guess my thing is I wouldn't jump to conclusions. I would be a little skeptical, but I wouldn't jump to conclusions.
Hey, Ray?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Mr. K. Just look at it as this way. You have a big heart. You did something nice for somebody, probably.
Yeah. Like I said, I was there. I had gone out with her 3 times. I spent a lot of time with her, let's say 2 solid hours with her. And my guess is, as soon as I dropped her off at her house, she got on her cell phone, waited for the what do you call it, cab, drove back down there, bought 2 175 Pop-Off vodka, because she told me she drank Pop vodka, and anybody that's a boozer, anybody that's an alcoholic drinks Pop-Off, because it's the cheapest vodka you can buy, okay? So, anyway, she probably got the 2 handles, probably went home, and she's probably passed out drunk for 3 or 4 days now.
Yeah, but she paid her electric bill.
Oh, don't worry, she didn't.
Think about it like this. If you would have taken her to Northampton, it would have cost you probably that $100 and more. So, you know what? You spent $100. Big deal. I mean,
wait, was there lights on in the house that night, the last night you dropped her off?
Great point. Yes, the lights were on.
Well, I don't know what to say then. I would have demanded my money back.
Well, like I said, the whole thing might have been a con. I mean, she might be that good. If she's that good that she had somebody call her, because her cell phone rang, because I was there. So the cell phone rang. So if she set that up beforehand and somebody called her and she played that card, then I'll tell you what, she's Lisa's equal any day.
Hey, Ray, they have apps that will call you. You can set up the time and make it look like you got a call.
Big deal.
And people do that all the time in order to get out of like crappy dates and whatnot.
Well, then, hey, you know what? See, I'm not a cell phone expert, so that's probably what she did. So anyway, whatever. You know, a person like that is not going anywhere. That's just that simple. She ain't going anywhere. She's going to be at that gas station and probably lost her job there already. Probably got drunk and didn't show up for work, and maybe they fired her. Who was talking in the background?
I didn't have the amp on or anything, but I just said that, you know what, I basically said the same thing you did. You know, she's got nothing to look forward to for her future, and you do, and you took the high road, and you know, you're not worse for it, you're better for it, and she's not better for it.
I agree with you, and that's the way I looked at it. I don't even consider it anymore. You know, something like that would kind of bother me, but, you know, it doesn't even bother me anymore. You know, because like I said, I mean, I go to that gas station all the time, so I'll run into her, and I'm not. She actually said to me, she goes, you know, I really prefer that nobody knows that we're going out. I said, yeah, I understand. No, I agree with you. So I'll just go in. Hey, how you doing? Pay her the money, walk out. That's the end of it.
Wow, you know, I told you about that woman Erica, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I was helping her with an antenna. She's in Virginia or something like that, and you could tell she was absolutely smitten over me. Now I just get a letter. Maureen just hands me an envelope. Your girlfriend wrote you a letter.
I'll tell you what. Have her send you a picture.
I've seen a picture. Look her up, K4NOV. I know you can't look her up. Anybody else could. She's a retired anesthesiologist.
Oh, so you've seen a picture of her?
Yeah.
Well, the only thing I could think of is maybe she just likes a guy with a big signal.
That's what I'm thinking. So how's my signal now? Better with the amp on?
Yeah, it's better.
A little better than your mobile.
I would say it's not better, really. I mean, I like the mobile being good, but I don't think it compares to 1,500 watts into a loop.
You're, let's see, 10, and then 20 dB more to me.
Well, you think about 300 watts to 1,500 watts. How many dB is that?
Ray, you calculate it.
I wasn't even listening.
300 to 1,500 watts, the difference in dB.
Hang on.
So 3, 6, right? And to 12.
It is 6.98 dB, 7 dB.
So there's almost half of it, Bruce.
In the power alone.
Right. Yeah. And then you got a well-crafted antenna on top of that, you know, way up in the air, versus my 7 foot tall or my 7 foot long antenna in the back of my pickup with no ground radios.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah, so if I had a legitimate 1,500 watts in my truck, I think that would be I think it would be more than 6 or 7 dB more like probably, you know, 10 or 12 dB difference in power, you know.
Yeah, you'd be a blaze of fire going down the road.
That's what I think that amplifier that Paul makes out there at Palstar, the one that Mike has, that would be a great amp for a mobile.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a nice inverter, big batteries, and away you go.
Yeah, I agree. That would make the perfect mobile amp.
I've got a big 3,000 watt inverter. Throw a couple of decent, you know, truck batteries in the back and run that inverter. That would run that amplifier.
Yeah, run it no problem, and that would be great. That's probably a very efficient amp too, so probably work great. Man, they give you a kilowatt out, boy. I'll tell you, what a mobile. Of course, you'd be eating the antennas faster than you're eating them now.
You'd have to be careful, wouldn't you? You wouldn't want to try to run it at all in the snowy weather.
So I got one question for all of my personal friends out here. Do you believe me now that the girls are every girl within 1,000 miles of Springfield is wacky?
1,000 miles is clear down to, South Carolina or Georgia.
Well, I've met 4 great girls in the last 13 years. One's from Georgia, one's from the Midwest, one was from Portugal, and the other one was from England.
Maureen doesn't like it that you're talking bad about her.
No, Maureen's married, so it doesn't matter. I told you, if the women stayed married, then they're okay. But if they're not, then there's something wrong with them.
You need to take a long road trip and just wander around.
Wander around and find myself a nice southern gal?
I wouldn't even look for anything in particular. Just, wander around, take it all in, see what happens.
I agree.
I know what I'm doing. The next girl I ask out on a date's going to be over 60.
I don't think you should set parameters, Ray. I think you should just open yourself up and just, wander around.
Well, no, because I know two girls that are over 60, and they're both pretty nice. But as a general rule, I don't like, that's a little old for me.
If you're looking for just a conversation, someone to talk to at dinner, what's the matter how old she is?
Well, yeah, true, but I just happen to know 2 women that are both over 60, and both of them just lost their husbands, actually. One lost her husband maybe a year and a half ago, and the other one just lost them about 2 weeks ago. But they're both very, very kind of nice,
Yeah, I just don't know why that you have to find somebody and she's got to be young and, because you talk all the time about how these girls look. You're always talking about how you're hung up so much on their looks, you don't get to know the person. So maybe if you would stop just looking for a girl for her looks, if you lost your sight, probably the best thing that could happen to you, you'd probably find a soulmate in no time at all, because you wouldn't be so hung up on their looks.
Well, I'm not necessarily hung up on looks, but let's be honest. The old adage, it's just as easy to fall in love with somebody rich as poor. Well, it's just as easy to, like a good-looking girl than a girl that's not so good-looking.
Well, all good-looking girls get to be old, and they lose their looks, they lose their figures, and what do they have left?
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm not that desperate. I'm just looking for a decent girl. And by the way, Lisa, just as expected, Lisa is going downhill because now she's not working anymore, and now she has nothing but time to get in trouble.
I agree with Randy on that one. Especially when you keep saying how 100% of the women around Springfield are crazy, but your pool of subjects have been very narrow, how you've chosen them. So I think you need to broaden that gene pool.
It's not as narrow as you think, because I'm always looking for girls no matter where I go. I found many women that are really great that, would be really fun to go out with, but they're married. I've run into girls at these shops where I go, and one of them was very nice, and I was talking to her for quite a while, and I asked her, I said, "Are you married?" And she said, "Yes, I am." And I said, "Well, I noticed you weren't wearing a ring." And she goes, "Yeah." She says, I don't wear my ring anymore because she said I gained weight and the ring's too small, so I don't wear it. And I said, "Okay, well, that's that, And then another one that works at Stop and Shop, she's really nice too. I talk to her all the time, but again, she's married, so I don't ask married girls. By the way, Randy, the girl from England I told you about that wants to buy the house? She called me. She's been calling me. She calls me every day because now she wants the house because she gets fiction, I'm sure. And now we agreed on a price that both of us are agreed on. She's driving me crazy, but the other people are supposed to buy it already. So I got a second buyer. So she calls me today and she goes, "Hey," she goes, "why don't you take me on vacation?" I said, take you on vacation. What are you, nuts? You're married. And she said, yeah, but you could, okay. She said, take me out to dinner. She said, you like to go out to dinner? I said, yeah. She said, well, take me out to dinner. I can go out to dinner. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it with Mary. Now, I hear her husband in the background. He's laughing, you know. And I said, yeah, that's your husband in the background. She goes, no, but he told me I can go out to dinner with you. She said, really? Take me out to dinner. I think we'd really have a good time. I said, you know, you're a great girl. And I said, if you weren't married, I'd take you in a second. I said, but no, you're married.
Yeah, that's definitely a setup, though. She wants you to sell her that house. You know, it really, if you're smart, you would just say, look, I got somebody that wants to give me this much. I've decided to put it off for 2 weeks and see what I can get. So why don't you make me an offer, and I'll put you on the top of the list, and in 2 weeks I'll decide what I'm going to do. And then see if the other guys buy it, and if they buy it, fine. If they don't, she'll give you more money.
Well, that's exactly what I'm doing. We already settled on the price. I'm willing to take the price. But that's exactly what I told her. I said, listen, if they don't buy it, I said, I'm going to call you. You don't have to keep on calling me. I'll call you.
Yeah, I don't like her. She's too pushy and too easy to, you know, go out to dinner and, you know, and he's in the background. Yeah, why don't you go out and show the guy your boobs or something, and he'll definitely sell you the house, you know, or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't sound good, that one.
Well, I told you I won't date a married woman, so there's no issue there. I don't care if her husband shook my hand and said, yeah, you can take her out. I trust her. She said, I'm just not going to date a married woman.
That's good. That's very smart. Go see KB2's ZVP.
N1 DVL. Oh, by the way, I met my kid's girlfriend, his new girlfriend today. They stopped over, you know, because of the BMW. He was in town, so he took pictures. I washed it, got soaking wet. I was wet from my, you-know-what down. But it's a beautiful car, really, really nice shape. So I washed it all and polished it up, and he came over and took pictures, and I met his new girlfriend. Oh, my God, is she adorable. Wow, what a nice-looking girl she is. She looks like a Hallmark girl.
Did you ask her? How long did you know her before you asked her? What's your mom? Is she available?
Yeah, no. Her mom is still married to her father. No, I didn't ask, but she is adorable, you know, and she's like just about a professional pool player.
Yeah, you were saying that before. How does that work?
They own a pool company.
A pool table company.
Yeah, that's it. Pool table company. That's what they do. They set up pool tables all over Rhode Island. That's what they do. That's their business. And she's quite good at playing pool.
Every time I've gone to a bar and I see girls playing pool, I think it's really hot. Then I always think the girls are slutty for some reason. I have this in my head. I've never met a girl that plays pool a lot. I've never met them. But in my mind, maybe it's a stereotype. I don't know what it is, but it seems to me like there's always a girl that would be good for one thing and one thing only.
Well, this one's adorable as hell. I'm telling you, she is really, really a good-looking girl. And again, she reminds me very much. She's got that real wholesome next door look. Oh, and by the way, you know the girl there from the Hallmark Channel that did the scam with the colleges?
I'm sorry, Maureen was talking to me because she likes to play pool. So she's giving me hell for that. So I apologize. What did you say?
The girl from the Hallmark Channel that's involved in the college scandal, Lori.
Yeah, I don't know which one it is, but I know I've seen both of those women that you see on the news. I know didn't one play on Full House, or what's that show with that big, tall, skinny guy? Was that Full House?
Yeah, it was Full House. It was Jesse's wife.
That black-haired guy's wife or something?
Yeah, Roger that. It was Jesse's wife, yeah, Full House.
What's her name? The one that works at Hallmark is Lori. Her name's Lori something. I forgot her name. But she's one of the big Hallmark girls. Guess what? They fired her.
Good, and that's the thing. The movie stars and Hollywood elite, they eat their young. You know what I mean? So they're going to do whatever they can do to be separated from that group of people.
But you know, I don't know why they're so down on these people. I really don't, because like I was talking to Paul today, and he goes, Harvard, everything at Harvard's fixed. If you went to Harvard and graduated, that guarantees your kid or girl or boy can get into Harvard. If you graduated from Harvard, they get in automatically. And he said Harvard has so much money from the people that have worked, the big lawyers and doctors and Indian chiefs and presidents. They give Harvard so much money that, and I know this is a true story, no, they wouldn't have to pay anybody. I mean, nobody would have to pay to go to Harvard for the next 3,000 years. That's how much money they got. They got literally billions and billions and billions of dollars in their coffers. And just to prove it, that Madoff was screwing everybody for money, Harvard gave him $500 million to invest, and they lost $500 million, and it didn't even put a dent in them. But anyway, so Paul says the whole thing's always been fixed, and he said it's always been that way. He said, I don't understand why they're making this big deal out of it, and I don't either, because this girl is probably a liberal, left-wing Democrat, and I just can't understand. But why? Because I'll tell you why. Because all the schools involved in this are propped up by the federal government. So that's why. Because the federal government gives them money, and everybody's swindling their way to get in there. That's why they went after it. Now, this Lori, whatever her name is, she lost her she's the big money maker there. She lost her job, and now hundreds of people have jumped on the bandwagon, and they're all suing her. She's going to have 100 lawsuits against her.
Yeah, well, they're trying to, these are the liberal elite that are always trying to say that everybody deserves the same chance, and they're always out for the little people. They want to help the little people and all, and then they're screwing. I mean, look, this kind of stuff has been going on. They started having colleges. Okay, there's always been favors to be had, and people are paying money to get a leg up opportunity for their kid. It's been happening forever. It just so happens that they pissed off. I really think that this is one way that the federal government, run by Trump, has said, okay, you guys want to keep crapping on me? We're going to start going after all this stuff, and I think it's going to just keep going. I really think that he's behind an awful lot of this stuff, because everybody knows, nobody's surprised at this. Nobody at all is surprised at this.
Well, you could be you could be right, but again, there's about 8 schools involved, and all of them get federal funding. And I learned this many years ago. Never, ever, under any circumstances, screw with anything federal. You know what I mean? If you're doing federal work, you're doing federal blocks, you're building anything with federal money, you're building parts for the service or the space shuttle or anything like that. You get involved in any kind of screwy stuff like that with the feds, and they're gonna screw you bad.
Well, okay, they're all getting federal money. They all get a ton of money from the feds, okay, from Donald Trump's government, and they all talk crap about Donald Trump, and they educate every student in their body about how bad the federal government is, how bad Donald Trump is, and Republicans are, and all that. So you know what? Maybe it's karma. But I think that there's more to it. Maybe I'm giving Trump too much credit for being too smart. But I got a feeling that this stuff has been going on forever, and everybody knows about it. But it's just coming to head now for a very specific reason.
Right. Well, all the schools, there's been what do they call that? I'm having a mental block. When everybody throws in on the same lawsuit, what's that called?
A class action.
Yeah, there's a class action lawsuit against all the colleges already from hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. And each of the individual parents, which there's 30 to 50 parents that are involved, that have been indicted by the feds, they've all got lawsuits against them from all the kids that were going to those schools that didn't get in, or just barely didn't get in. And Lori, whatever's daughter, was on a big outing, a vacation down in Mexico, and she was staying on a yacht, like this $15 million yacht or $30 million yacht that belongs to the head of the school. And she was down there, for whatever. And she's already dropped out of school because they said there's no way in hell she could ever go back to that school.
Yeah, the one girl, I think they put her on the crew team or something, and they just have to say, no, I got hurt or something, whatever, get a waiver off the crew team, and then they stay in college. But the one girl was recorded when she was saying, no, I don't care about going to college. I just want to go for the parties, or I forget how she put it exactly, but I just want to go. I'm not interested in the school, but I'm interested in the parties, And this is one of the girls that her parents paid, buku bucks to get her in there. So I don't know. It's, good. I'm happy that it's coming out, and I hope these people, feel the wrath of the common folk mightily. KB2ZVP.
1 DVL, and that was the daughter of the girl from the Hallmark Channel.
Yeah, stupid twit.
Well, she's 19 years old, 18, 19 years old. You can't really, obviously she shouldn't have said that, but, the point is her parents coughed up $500,000 to get her into that school. Can you imagine the money they must make?
Well, the thing is, they were brought up. Those kids were all brought up by those parents. So, okay, that's the parents. The parents. This is not doing anything for your kid. Okay, this is way short of that. This is buying something for your kid, so you didn't have to do something else for your kid, or I don't know, whatever. It just doesn't show love. It shows the opposite of love for your child. They're gonna play it that they would do anything for their kids, and they just wanted to make sure that they got into the greatest schools, they get the greatest education, which is total BS. And the parents brought up the kids are going to be just like the parents.
Absolutely. That's what they were talking about on Fox News, and they said exactly that. It's amazing. It's like you were watching Fox News today, and I know you weren't. But that's exactly what they were talking about. The parents have ruined those kids. The kids are totally ruined. They've already learned every bad lesson that a human being can possibly be taught. And one of the guys on the 5 today on Fox said, this school education thing is so out of control that everybody thinks they have to go to a good school and that's how they get ahead in life. And he said that's not true. He said what I think should happen is that all these businesses, every business in this country, should hire not from a person who went to a prestigious school, but hire from the military, hire from somebody that's been over in Afghanistan for 2 years. They're the people that deserve the breaks.
That's who we look for, to be honest. Anybody that comes in with a military background, we always give them first look and the highest chance to get a job with us.
Yeah, and I agree with that because the kids, and they were saying again on Fox News, they said they don't learn anything in school. All they learn is to hate Republicans, hate Trump. They're brainwashed totally, and they come out of there with no education at all.
I agree. So we're doing all the talking. Somebody else say something.
Somebody tell me what that girl's name is. I can't remember her name. I want to write it down. Lori whatever from the Hallmark Channel.
We put everybody to sleep.
Oh, come on, Carl. You're the computer man. What's the girl's name? Anyway, she's on this thing on Hallmark that they have like every weekend. It's once a week. It's like the Project Blue Book, you know. But it's the love story thing. But it's a continuously running around the clock every single weekend show that she's on, and they've already gotten rid of her. So I'm dying to know what they're going to do for her part on that.
It's Lori Loughlin.
That's right, Lori Loughlin. Yeah, and she's pretty too. Unbelievable. But you know what? Hey, Randy, just remember the Kennedy curse. Okay, because if Lori Loughlin had listened to me and watched the Kennedy curse, she would have known better.
Yeah, that's kind of Ray's Bible for all of life survival. But I was thinking, when that girl asked you if you could give her a ride to work in a snowstorm, I was thinking to myself, it's a Kennedy curse. He's going to go out in a snowstorm just for a potential piece of tail.
No, because I was going out anyway. I'm driving a four-wheel drive vehicle, and it's got 4 snow tires on each corner. And let me tell you something interesting about this girl. She is a very intelligent woman, and you know how I could tell? I was driving the Blazer, and she was with me, and I pulled up to a stop sign. And when you pull up to the stop sign and you get down to like 1 or 2 miles an hour, you can feel the tires on the road because they got that rough tread on them. And she noticed it right away. She says, "Oh, you must have 4 snow tires on this thing." And I said, "Yeah, I do." I said, "How did you know?" She said, "Well, when it slowed down, I can feel it on the road." Now, there's very few women that would notice that.
Yeah, I imagine that's true, yeah.
So like I said, it's really too bad. She's a really sharp girl. What a shame. Well, you can tell. I mean, I could tell just by sitting there. I knew she was an alcoholic, and I knew she wasn't over it like she claimed, because every single time the server walked by, she was ready to stop him. As soon as her drink got, below a third, she wanted her next drink.
That's a shame. I mean, that just ruins so many people.
It's incredible to watch people that are really hooked on booze like that. How that glass meant everything to her. You know what I mean? It was her mother, her father, her daughter. She'd sell everybody down the road. She'd sell her 2 daughters down the road. I'm assuming she does have 2 15-year-old girls, but and she may not. Maybe that was all a bunch of BS. I don't know. Maybe I was very specific with her about lying to me. I said, if I catch you in one lie, I said, I'll tell you what, you'll never see me again. I said, and the reason is because there is absolutely no reason you have to ever lie to me. Now, maybe she had already lied to me 10 times, and she figured she better get out while the getting's good. Yeah.
How you doing tonight? Hey, Scott.
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'll tell you, what are you growing? You're growing my stock up. What are you running for power?
Oh, I don't know. Hello. Just right about 1,000 watts.
No wonder. Holy crap.
Everybody on the world-famous Toad Harbor net runs at least 1,000 watts.
I heard it all. Hey, okay, go back to your conversation then, because that conversation is
It could have been. Well, anyway, everybody, I guess it's past everybody's bedtime. I think everybody left. And this is past your bedtime, Randy, too. So I'm going to take off, and I'm going to maybe get a bite to eat before I go to bed. I don't know. And I will see you later.
Okay, Raymond, have a good night. Yeah, as soon as I got home, Maureen handed me some sleeping pills and stuff like that to start slowing me down because she knows I've got to be back at the plant tomorrow around 5 in the morning. So I've got to get to bed here real quick myself. See you later. KB2ZVP.
And I've been thinking about the hot tub. Remember the conversation about the hot tub? And I'll tell you one thing about a hot tub. If you took a hot tub for about a half an hour, 45 minutes, you can't have it too hot, whatever you do. Joan is like, you can't. The thing about Joan is Joan thinks she's the smartest person in the world, and there's nobody that has brains like she does. She had her hot tub at 102 degrees, and that is way too hot. I was in that in the winter, and it screws you up. When you get out of it, you have a temperature. I drove home virtually in short sleeves with shorts on, with the windows open on the car, and it's probably at least 5 or 6, 7 miles to my house, with the windows open in the winter time, and I was still overheated when I got home. So that's how, what's his name in here, Tom, he gave you the right thing. You don't want the temperature above 98, 99 degrees. That's it. Because if you're going to stay in there and do what you want to do, you can't have the temperature too hot. But anyway, the long and short of it is, for probably an hour or an hour and a half after you get out of there, your muscles will feel better, and it definitely will help you sleep. You'll get to sleep when you get out of the hot tub, because it definitely relaxes you. Okay, good night. N1DVL.
Good night, Ray. And Randy, at first there, limit your time to 20 minutes.
Well, I don't have a hot tub. I mean, I don't know if I'll ever get a hot tub. Maureen's insisting that we're going to get one because I can't move very well anymore. I'm having a really hard time, to be honest with you. I'm not moving good at all. Everybody at work notices it, and they're out trying to help me, so I don't do anything. And I feel like an old man, So I just think it's more the weather. And I know it's a lot has to do with my work that I've done in the past, and I'm beat up in arthritis and bursitis and stuff. And I'm not sure if a hot tub is actually the best thing for me or not, but I don't know. She's insisting that we get one, so if she says we'll get one, But I'm not sure it's going to help.
Well,
I know how that is.
Try one somewhere?
Is there one close by?
Yeah, is there any of your neighbors you know that have one?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll just tell you this. When you get one, get the high horsepower one. You want the one with all the motors, the big powerful, the big high-powered one, because you want to really hammer that water. They big hot tubs that are cheap. My father bought when he bought it, and it had no power. You turn it on, and it just barely swirls the water. You get a good one. You turn it on, and you can turn that water into a frothy boiling. It's like no matter where you sit in there, the bubbles. You want the air, and you want heated air. Remember that. Don't ever get one without heated air. Who is that with the big hum? I don't know who that is, but it's just a hum.
Hey, Randy.
It sounds like Gary again. Yeah, Tom.
Is there any hotels, motels in your neighborhood that have a hot tub?
Oh, I'm sure that they do. Yeah, I'm sure I can find one.
Maybe you want to try that first.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I know when the wife and I go to Cabela's there in Dundee, Michigan, we get a room there that has the hot tub right in the room.
Yeah, I've had actually rooms like that. I've never took the time to jump in a hot tub.
You'll enjoy it.
Who's that trying to get in there? Was that you, Gary? I guess not.
And if Maureen wants a hot tub, you're going to have a hot tub.
No doubt about that.
Hey, I have a great idea. Sell the radio, buy a hot tub and a 890 Kenwood, and you'll probably just about break even.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think hot tubs they're pretty expensive, aren't they?
You know what? Look for a good one used. You can buy them for cheap. You know, Joan bought one. She'd probably be glad to sell hers because she never ever even gets into it. She tries to BS me and tell me she does, but she never does. They're a fad kind of a thing. Most people buy them and then they don't use them. And Joan bought a really good one, you know, and she probably paid. I'm guessing she paid $8,000 for it. You can probably buy it for $3,000.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. That's not something I'm going to worry about right now. I got too much other stuff, too many other irons in the fires, let's put it that way. So, but we'll see. If she wants them maybe in the springtime, we'll investigate it.
Okay, anyway, I'm going to go to bed. Good night, all. Tom, where'd you go? Did you disconnect because of lightning?
I made it back.
Yeah, but did you disconnect because of lightning?
Yeah, and now the lightning's to the east of me, and I hooked things back up, and I don't know. I want to talk to you guys.
Yeah, okay, because somebody said there was tornadoes out by you.
Nothing come on the weather alert.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to bed. 7-3. I'll have fun. See you tomorrow. N1 DBL.
Good night, Ray.
Yep, I'm out of here too. Good night, everybody. Whoever's left out there. I'm not sure who the person was with the hum. I'll stick around for a minute if you want to try to get in there again. Other than that, I'm gonna sign.
Yeah, Randy, you can't beat sitting in the hot tub with a glass of wine.
Yeah, I think that would be. I think I could enjoy it. I just don't. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Just how do you find enough time in a day? You know, I mean, I like getting on the radio at nighttime. Maybe I put a hot tub. There we go. I'll put the radio next to the hot tub, and I can sit on the radio and talk on the radio in the hot tub from the hot tub.
Yeah, that'll work. And Ray was right. A lot of people buy them, and they're fat, and they don't take care of them. And you can go as high as $8,000-9,000, and they want to get rid of them anywhere from $1,500 to $2,500. And man, you got a nice hot tub.
Yeah, well, I'll check into it. I will. I'll start looking.
Yeah, that lets the initial purchaser, he takes the depreciation.
Like buying a 1-year-old used car, right?
When I buy a vehicle, like my Dodges, I buy them when they just come off lease.
Right. Yep, that's right. I've done that before plenty of times. As a matter of fact, the truck that I have now, I didn't buy it. The company bought it, but that's how we bought it. It's a $40-some thousand truck, and we paid like $30,000 for it.
Excellent. And coming off lease, there you only got about 22,000 miles.
Oh, Christ! This one didn't even have 10,000 miles on it.
Wonderful.
Hey, Randy, it's K2DD. I just want to ask you something before you go.
Yeah.
I sent you out the QSL card today, so expect to see a cool little envelope coming your way.
Okay, cool. I look forward to it.
I probably should ask before I sent it, but your address on QRZ is good?
No, I let that one be so nobody can find me.
All right, roger that.
No, it's good. It's the one.
All right, good.
Okay, I'm out of here. I'll see you. 73. I'm KB2ZVP.
All right,
hey, Randy, good night. You'll rest easy now, and talk to you tomorrow night.
All right, pal.
73. KC3 KXB.
Hello, Tom.
KXB. Howdy.
How are you?
Still kicking. Not too high, though.
That's okay. I don't kick very high either.
Sounds like Chris.
Yep, K3SVK. That's me.
I'm beginning to recognize your voice.
That's scary. Yeah, I got in here late. I've been upstairs to take care of stuff, and there was too much going on verbally, so I thought I'd just listen in.
Yeah, I just come back there. I took the puppy out, and she done her business. I got her put in her kennel for the night now, and I figured I'd come back down on the radio for a little bit. It was lightning and thundering here.
Yeah, I do remember you saying that. And how old's your puppy now?
Try that again.
I said, how old is your puppy now?
About 4 months.
There you go. That's not very old. That definitely is a puppy.
And she is totally housebroke.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast, if you put them in a crate, they know that they don't do their business where they lie.
Yeah. And she'll go the whole night without making a mess in the crate, and then first thing in the morning I take her and my big dog. I take them both out, and they're going pee away.
Yep, that's what you do. Yep, that's the best way to do it. It's amazing. We have a little dachshund and sleeps in the bed with us, and that dog. It's amazing. That dog has an iron bladder. She'll stay in that bed till you get up, and she's got to go outside real quick.
I tell you what, I love my dogs.
Yep, I definitely have a thing for animals. They're our kids now.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I don't much care for cats, but if there was a cat around, all I got to do is sit down, that doggone cat's all over me.
Yeah, we have cats, but we probably won't be getting any more. We'll just keep them till they get old, and they'll go away, and then we'll get any more. We have what the heck is that cat? I can't ring it. That cat, I think it's a Bengal, but it's the most bold cat there is. It plays with the dogs.
All right.
Yeah, and when the dogs get too rough with her, she takes her claws and she plants them in their rear end and cry.
I had 2 kittens here from the neighbor, and when the stepdaughter had gone to college, she took the cats with her. She didn't like the names that I named them.
I don't want to know what it is, then.
Target and Bullseye.
Why that?
Because I didn't want her to get the idea that when she moved out, she's leaving her cats here.
Okay. I can understand what you're saying now, and it's funny. The cats they can be very interesting, very self-sufficient, and they like to be by themselves a lot. So they're not real warmy cats.
Yeah, these cats, for barn cats, they really turned out big. Man, they're 20 and 22 pounds. They're huge.
Oh my! It sounds like they're sort of a mixed breed terrier or something.
Yeah. Well, whatever was in a barn.
Yeah, it's like it's a generic mixture. We have like a Bengal, and then we have 2 Siamese. So they're good cats.
Yeah, I think these here were neighborhood bred.
Those are the ones that get bigger and younger.
Yeah, they always have been indoor cats, and now they're just 2 big babies, and man, they're about 8, 9 years old now.
Yeah, well, they can, good possibility they're going to go to about 15 to 20.
Wow. That and there, in my barn here, there's probably some of the neighborhood cats from the neighbor there. There's probably 2 or 3 of them around here that call this place home. I don't feed them.
You start feeding them, you're their home. They will keep your place continuously.
My guess is they go down the street, eat at their home, and then they come up here and stay in barn here.
Stay at the barn and chase mice and rats?
I haven't seen any rats, but if you live on a farm, there's rats there. But mice, I have a few mice.
Yeah, they love mice. I tell you, I had to work in D.C., and we were in the parking lot late at night, like 2 in the morning. We had to take break in the parking lot of a hotel. We saw a rat that was so big we were scared to get out of our own truck. It was absolutely a monster. And I said, I'm not getting out till that thing's gone.
Might have been a possum.
This is a rat, and it was huge. It looked like a cat.
Wow. Down on Interstate 26 in South Carolina, I stopped at a rest area there, and I parked right in front, and I'll tell you what, the entrance going into the restroom there, rat after rat run across that sidewalk.
Yep, they're there at nighttime. During daytime, they hide. But at nighttime, if you're near an establishment, there's usually rats around there somewhere. Come out late at night, and everybody's sort of not walking around. It's quiet. And all of a sudden, you see them scurrying underneath the cars and stuff, or getting into dumpsters, and oh my God, it's like cockroaches coming out of the woodwork.
Roger.
WA2JID.
GID station, K3SBK.
Yeah, this is Whiskey Alpha 2, Juliet, Whiskey Alpha, WA2JID, Bernie in Vestal, New York.
You said Whiskey Alpha 2, Kilo India Golf?
Juliet, India Delta, JID.
Oh, JID, sorry. I'm getting all messed up.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of static crashes. It's pretty noisy.
Yeah, it's a little bit noisy. It's not as bad here in Maryland as it is wherever you're at. What area are you in? The name on this is Chris. We have Tom in there.
Yeah, I think I've talked to you before. I'm 10 miles west of Bennington, New York, right on the New York PA border there, like about 70 miles directly south of Syracuse, right on the PA border.
All right, real good. Can you hear him, Tom?
I'm just getting bits and pieces. Whereabouts you at?
10 miles west of Binghamton, New York. Boy, you're really coming in here. I'm running about probably 1,000 watts here, but a lot of static crashes. Yeah, but you guys are booming in here.
Roger, I'm running right around 1,100 watts myself, and we had a storm go through here about an hour ago, and it's headed your way.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Actually, I came out here to disconnect the antenna. A little bit talking to a guy up in the Buffalo area, and he said it was 30 degrees up there today. We only got up in the low 60s. I guess we got some pretty good thunderstorms coming in from the west. Thank God we're not getting that snowstorm that they've gotten out there. They call it a boom cyclone, I think they call it. Boy, are they ever getting some snow out there? Or got it, I guess. But, yeah, I'm going to disconnect everything, including all the power. And I usually do that in the summertime anyway, but I came out here to disconnect and thought I'd get on the radio for a little bit. Back in. It's about 10 of 11. Anyway, name here is Bernie, Bravo Echo November India Bravo Echo Romeo November India Echo. Bernie, we're located in Vestal, New York, 10 miles west of Call again is Whiskey Alpha. Delta.
Okay, nice making your acquaintance, Bernie. This is Tom, tired old man, KC3 KXB, and I am 20 miles south of Lake Erie, and I'm just 6 miles off the Ohio state line, and I'm south and west of Erie, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, okay, Tom. Well, you're coming in here 20 to 30 over. You're really booming in here. I don't know if I'm getting out that well or not. Like I say, I may not have the amplifier tuned too well, but I should be putting out about 12,000 watts. I got an AL82 here. I'm driving it with 60 watts.
Roger, on the AL82. I'm running in the 80B. And on your peaks, you're about 10 over 9.
Yeah, okay, you're good 20 over. Yeah, you're the loudest thing on frequency tonight. The other station there, he's probably 10 over too.
Yeah, that's Chris out of Damascus, Maryland. Go ahead, Chris.
How you doing, Bernie? Yeah, I've talked to you before. I know it, but I can't remember when. It's been a while. And yeah, I have you right about almost 10 over on your peaks. 5 and 10 over. So you're doing a good job over here in Damascus, Maryland. I'm located roughly about 25 miles north of Washington, D.C., over here in Maryland. Some people might know Rockville or Gaithersburg, or that's a little bit close to me. But when you say Damascus, people say, what country is that?
Yeah, okay, I know exactly where you are. Yeah, I worked down there for a short while, outside of Washington. What the heck was the name of the town? I can't remember. But I worked for IBM, and I worked down there for a couple months, actually. Manassas, that's where it was, Manassas, Virginia. You're probably not so far from, that was a ways away from Gaithersburg.
Yeah. You said IBM. I worked at the IBM in Gaithersburg many years ago. I had a contract that I did electrical work there and data work there for about, probably about 7 years, many years ago. But that place is gone now. That IBM in Gaithersburg, they have a FedEx place there now. So it's long gone. KA3SBK.
Yeah, I was writing your call down there. KA3SBK, I think it was. Maybe it's BK. Yeah, well, I doubt it's too much down there anymore. I doubt if Manassas is there anymore. I worked at IBM for 30 years here at Endicott, New York. And I took an early out back in the 90s, actually 92. And I was glad I did. And bummed around to do a lot of other things. Worked a couple of small shops, and I have no regrets whatsoever. I got my 30 years in and got my pension, and I've been retired now fully retired since 2008. The last place I worked for, they elected to lay me off. So, I haven't worked since, and I just turned 75. And I feel great. Don't feel like I'm 75 either. Okay, guys, I'm going to cut the cord here and turn things off and go back to the house. So, hey, we'll talk to you another night. Chris and Tom, good talking to you. Tom, I don't think I've talked to you before, but I do remember talking to Chris in the past. So we'll be talking to you. Maybe not on such a noisy night. You got a lot of static crashes here tonight. Okay, 7:30. This is W2JID, Boston, New York, 7-3, and then we'll listen out here for your final.
Okay, good night, Bernie. It's been a pleasure, and you rest easy now. KC3 KXB.
Good night, Bernie. Yeah, 7-3. I'm sure we'll talk again. KA3SBK. So, Tom, you got that plane getting warmed up for the right weather?
The plane? Yeah, that's, I was messing with it here the other day.
You have it parked at your house?
Do what?
Is it parked at your house?
No, I have a regular hangar.
I didn't know if it's one of those ones you could, take the wings off and fold it up. I've seen people do that. They have the chassis, the plane going down the road with the wings off of it.
Yeah, the kit, the newer kits of what my dad and I build here, they have it to where the wings pull out, turn up on edge, and fold back against the fuselage. And I don't know. If I don't sell this, I'm thinking about retrofitting this with something like that. That way I can keep it in the house here in the doggone. I got a 24-foot covered trailer. I can keep it in there.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems, the weight, the size of it would be perfect to do that. And then you don't have to pay all the fees during the wintertime to keep it on the cover somewhere.
Yeah, but it's nice having a hangar also. I got a couple of Corvettes that I keep in there, and jet skis and miscellaneous stuff there that I like to keep under cover.
Okay, so it's a double dip there.
Absolutely.
Is it a hangar to yourself? You share it with someone?
No, it's a long building, and it's 40 feet by 30 feet. That's the portion that I'm renting.
Okay, so whatever your portion is, you can do what you so desire.
Yeah. And you can't beat the price. I've got electric in there, and there's a restroom there, for the whole complex. And for $100 a month?
Yeah, $100 a month. That's cheap. You have a hard time finding a storage facility in one of these places that aren't very secured. That's probably about 10 by 10 for that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm hesitant to give up this hangar. I've had this hangar now for at least 20 years.
Yeah, I think giving that up, the price is that cheap. I can understand that completely. That's really is dirt cheap.
I know. I couldn't build a tin building here to keep my stuff in. I'd have. Can you imagine a 30 by 40? Imagine that 6-inch concrete floor in there, just the concrete.
The concrete floor, the metal building, the permits, and then your taxes go up.
Yeah, I'll just keep renting.
$100, yeah. For that matter, $200 wouldn't be bad.
For $200, I could. The one right next to me is open. I'd have 40 by 60.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Not bad.
Yeah, but the Homeland Security, TSA, you know who I'm talking about. They come out with a thing there that if it's in a hangar, if it's not aircraft related, they don't want you having it in there.
Well, okay.